somebody else. Somebody else. Sinful. I'm looking right at the sketch pane from right to left. I watch my eyes close and my head turned with my eyes closed. And what the fuck is that? We know there's apps that edit shit and you can psychologically arrest. We know you're not near this. There's no news on France Info. That's a bad sign. NOAA's not streaming. BBC's not streaming. We don't have enough virtual duct tape here. That's the other Jones. We gotta do like a hood version of Indiana Jones. Nobody's broadcasting anything. What the fuck's going on? Yeah, it's a little weird. I need a taxi radio is what I need. I know the frequency. I can pick up the frequencies for some of them, but there has to be a cab actually transmitting on them.
For example, to understand, you can't just go and buy something off the shelf without really knowing what their favorite games are, their style of games, so they make sure they have an appropriate
cards now. You
choice.
Buy them a card and they buy the game.
For their kids,
you told us not to buy the cards or anything but that. Not to not to buy them for that either. What's the point of the
and I think, you know,
I
think there's a good sort of like, I would say baseline that you can sort of say, you know, if you're gaming and you anticipate this gaming.
We're going to have hutongs. That's what we're going to have. These little closed-in communities.
To get our shit up, rack it up. Yes, nigga. Word take. What up, nigga? We slim. We out here. Don't get close, nigga. We the prettiest shooters behind me. FOGs for wide right. The UCDs in 990s. So don't sleep. No, nigga, we are what? Won't matter who it is. Bound to get the job done. We the prettiest got the shooters behind me. FOGs for wide right. The UCDs in 990s. So don't sleep. Sleep, nigga, we are what? No matter who it is. Bound to get the job done. On the same page, and with the same click. Never gonna change. No, nigga, only change holes. And the pool. But only if it's fucking bucket up. Play some aim and niggas above the button. I'm hard in the paint, no pass a fucking no. Repack the clip, that to get our shit up. Rack it up, another option. It's a stick up, never a 9 to 5, cause I ain't got no day job. From the sun, little homie, when you play hard, if you don't wanna see the 30-30 when it sprays off. 20 people walk around 3/8 with the beat. 40 to lick them down, the max for the UC. Heard niggas saying, but they wanna make tracks with us before that. Didn't even crack 2 to us. Going hard in the booth, this a takeover. And the brown into your face, that's a makeover. 2 and 5 or a Q. The rest profit. Hustlers, my say, won't sleep till I knock it. And don't push me, cause I ain't in the top. 12-year-old fool, so I ain't scared if you got it. Y'all got it. Is it me you comparing to? I ain't finished my fair share yet, but I aired them just started. And I ain't talking about no jump shot, brush them off, go top. You know the cold heard my tracks. Didn't think I was capable. 4, 5 pints on my heart. Trace the didn't think I was capable. 4, 5 pints on my heart. It isn't traceable.
You niggas don't ride something like a flat tire. Feel the fire at your back and when you backfire. Cause my gas is inside as a blow dryer. Never true in your raps, just some damn liars. Break jobs, make them spit through the wire. And you don't supply shit, you a buyer. I'm the king of gang rap, call me sire. That's hate, but privately you rate and admire. Your rubber grip tight, no pliers. I gotta take you out, call it quits or retire. The 4th room down, 5th flip from up. Bells don't leave shells, so I'm switching up. Something like a bus driver still picking up. Got your hands in your pocket, nigga, stick them out. Palmer projects, money's no objects. So we finger fuck max and we contact.
Slide in, slide out, got where we ride out, down go. I got rounds that you dumb clowns. You're standing up till I tell them sit down. Stomach on the ground, hands behind your back and your back. When I'm digging in your pants, give me that up in your grip. All for the rest. He said, check the weed, leave the cash. What? I'ma do him dirty, mad max. You niggas get back, bitches get smacked and get smacked. Face down when I'm breaking her back. Yo, we got metal like a rap, made a name in rap. I ain't setting it for track. Yo, I'ma need me a back, C-O-L-T. Carved in my rack, steel unstolen. Stereo scratch, sleep on my actions. Stop the madness, I'm reeling up, get it gone. Not shed the car, don't sleep like I don't got a night show. Center ain't class, didn't see prom. Now run up on them close. I ain't throwing gone, but I'm clear blood strong till it drips on my palm. Till it tiny dangerous and no to me arms just dangerous. Sicker than stars, I ain't saying this, but I'm a hot star. I'll snap, crack, pop like camera. I'll snap, run, duck, just hide when I let off. Run, man in the mask, man in the act, man with the strap to your man's vision black. With the phone dog and I'll snap, on the G's for YG. Scroll clap, we clap, do you come and try me? 70s and 90s, been moving grimy. Blood rush till it's hooked up to the ivy. 4 or 5 will stretch you, anything just drop. Until they end up on the stretcher, better get a coffin. Yo, Critians, so we ain't in a no long talking. Money overflow, back on my bullshit. These punks that I grew with, acting like they're true sick too. So cash making me ever switch sides. Or babble to the jakes, almost get my guns fried, huh? My mind's fried, see I don't give a fuck. Skank it with a YG, guarantee we hit them up. Take a nigga slut, man you know me, never look back. Motherfucker police.
This week, we speak with just
What's wrong with these Dennis Rodman ass niggas? Then I'm a plastic. Niggas sleeping on me, wake up out of the casket. Fucking yellow gold on my neck look like an omelet. I'm like MJ and these niggas Dennis Rodman. Niggas still care, really never know that content. I'ma hit his block, walk up, really rocket. I'm like MJ and these niggas Dennis Rodman. Niggas still care, really never know that content. Do you wanna be my rival? My only competition is my idol. I'm killing them, these niggas suicidal. I live the double life, busting guns and reading Bible. I push white, smoke green with a black brush. I'm getting bread, these niggas bitches give them breadcrumbs. I'm rocking niggas in my city, got a pretty drum. I'm shitting on the road, kicking up. My lifestyle, check yours, don't compare it, please. Brody, he will rock a man to sleep, don't get mad at me. I'm always speaking in the third person, cause there's 3 of me. Once a dope boy, a rapper, either he just shoot me the phone.
We're back with Get Connected. Mike Jagger. And I know a lot of listeners are going, what's Twitch? You know, I get Twitches sometimes if I'm in pain. Twitch is a streaming service that Amazon actually bought, and a lot of people use it to stream their gameplay, video gameplay.
Not just gameplay,
but that's a big use.
I think that's where it kind of started. It was a platform for that, but I think a lot of people are realizing that whatever their hobby is or the thing that they find joy in, they can do in front of a camera, and other people want to watch.
I found that so interesting. It reminds me of a story. My son had his girlfriend over, a teenage son, and so they're up in his room. Door was open, and so he's on his computer, and you know, there's like World of Warcraft, a video game going on, and she's just on the bed watching him. And I'm like, hey, dude, like, don't play video games while your girlfriend's over.
Wait, what?
Do something with her. And then he looks at me like I'm an idiot. I'm not playing it. I'm watching it. And he was watching it on Twitch. Well, we're going to try to understand this a bit because people are actually making money on this as well. We've got a Twitcher. I'm going to call him a Twitcher.
Whoa.
Okay, can I? His name is Jerry Berg, a.k.a. Barnacles, and he's on the line from Seattle. Thanks for joining us, Jerry.
Tell us how to make money off this shit.
So tell our listeners again how long Twitch has been around generally and how you got involved with it.
Well, for me, I've been a YouTuber for about 14 years, and I used to live stream over on the YouTube platform. But then the Justin TV thing was blowing up. You guys remember that? That was the other side of Twitch, where people were just doing crazy stuff that was not gaming related. Eventually, it just got digested into Twitch, and I moved over and tried out the platform because I didn't like the moderation tools and the community tools that they had on YouTube at the time, because it was really in its infancy, their live streaming stuff. So I moved over to Twitch, and I just instantly loved it. I love everything about the control, the way that you can moderate it. I love the tools that they give you as a creator, the things that they give you for interacting with your audience. It's just a much better platform, in my opinion, for streaming to a more solid audience. You may be able to get more viewers technically on YouTube, but Twitch is just way more loyal audience, way better system for controlling everything. I mean, I've absolutely...
You're on Twitch streaming. What are you talking about?
Well, on my stream, I go pretty crazy. Sometimes it gets a little NSFW, but I pretty much just talk about technology was the primary kickoff for the channel.
Anything video
but now
game
we'll
related
venture into anything. I pretty much let the chat drive the conversation. So my entire stream is interactive, and that's kind of the model that I've built over the last couple of years, is that from the moment I start the show all the way through, I may have 1 or 2 topics that I want to hit, but over the course of 5 hours, I just interact with the audience.
Whoa, 5 hours?
Oh, I can go for 9 hours. Some of my streams are up to 9 hours is about my limit. My voice starts going after that.
John, would this almost be like a radio?
Well, very similar. Yeah, it's like live radio, but like Jerry mentioned, he engages with his community, and the community sort of shapes what the show is going to take that day.
Yeah,
but don't you line up a topic though? You got to have some sort of topic.
Yeah, I usually have like 2 or 3 topics that I'll put in the title of the show, kind of to entice people to come in if it's something they're interested in. But I'm going to be honest, I've had shows where I've missed 2 of the 3 topics, like just because we get off on so much more interesting things that the majority of chat is more invested in than the topics that I picked, and we'll just follow those out.
It's funny because I've watched your stream a lot. We've been friends for a couple of years now, but it's funny to watch that happen in real time, though, because you'll be, I'm going to talk about crypto today, and then someone will like throw a meme or just something in the chat that it becomes this diversion to Crazy Town, and that's where the magic happens, where people get really engaged because they realize they have the power to engage with the host in real time in front of a large audience, and Jerry has a very large audience.
Well, how big is your audience, Jerry? Like, how many people are tuning in to your musings?
So my average viewership is around 600 to 1,000 live viewers, and over the course of a live stream, usually about 10 or 11. So about 600 to 1,000 is how many live viewers I have at any given time. And then throughout the course of the show, people coming and leaving over 5 hours, it usually works out to about 10 or 11,000 unique viewers.
That's not bad.
Wait,
it's really good.
And so it's interesting to me because whenever I thought of Twitch in the past, it's just video gaming. And I've met people like in my travels as a journalist. I go to these events I'm invited to by Samsung and all these guys, and they invite all these Twitchers, these Twitch streamers. And I'm like, so
they might Jerry.
Homeless.
Okay, I haven't seen Jerry yet, but hopefully I will.
I have been at a Twitch con.
Yeah, I met this little guy from Belgium, and he just plays video games all day, like on Xbox. And he's making thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So how do you make money, Jerry, on Twitch?
So the way that I monetize everything across the board is my YouTube used to be my bread and butter. Like YouTube, just making edited content used to be like 90% of my revenue. That shifted over the last year or so just due to some problems in my life and things like that. Live streaming became something that was much more enjoyable and accessible to me. So now Twitch is by far my largest revenue stream. And the reason for that is there's so many vectors for getting revenue into the stream, because you can have bits, for instance, that are from people that just watch advertisements. They don't have to pay anything into the system. Just watching an ad, they get some bits, they can throw it your way, and then that can be exchanged for money. They can also subscribe to your channel, which costs them money, or they can use Amazon's Prime, which if they have an Amazon Prime account, they can just use that to get a free sub to your channel every 30 days. So you can use that as an avenue for people to contribute. So there's multiple ways for people to contribute that doesn't cost them anything out of pocket. And then there's a bunch of bonus ways that they can contribute that is directly out of pocket. And the way that stuff's presented with mechanisms like the hype train, for instance, that gives you some visual indicators on screen and stuff that you're building up towards a goal or something like that. Things like that pretty much kind of, I don't want to say like it antagonizes, but it does. It antagonizes the audience to get involved and to all want to be a part of it. That's one of the things I actually don't really like about Twitch. So I understand that it's great for revenue generation, but I do feel that hype train mechanic is a bit predatory, but I do understand like why it exists.
Yeah, that whole aspect is interesting because it becomes almost a fever pitch. But on the other hand, too, people want you to keep doing what you're doing, so they're willing to like throw you a $20 bill, just because you said their name on stream or something like that. And
absolutely,
it doesn't take much for people to get excited about that, and you multiply that by the number of viewers that he has. It doesn't take long. Jerry does good.
But how do you manage that, Jerry? Can people actually talk with you? Yeah. So if you've got thousands of people tuning in, like how do you manage that? Like that would just be overwhelming.
So the first thing is I recommend that you get diagnosed with ADHD, because surprisingly that actually helps. So no, I have like 5 windows up across 50-inch screens that all have different scripts running that are highlighting people that are trying to get my attention by tagging my name so that I can pick them out of a crowd. I have mechanics for if they tip or they donate or give bits or subscribe to the channel, it'll push them to the top of the queue, so that I can basically just work my way from the top of the most supportive people down to the people that aren't supporting at all, and just work that mechanism top to bottom throughout the entire course of the show.
Can I ask you how much money, like a range that you make?
No, absolutely. I'm completely transparent. Okay. Last year I made, it was a pretty bad year. It was about 60,000.
Jerry, I hate you a little.
You're going to hate me even more. My top year when you tie YouTube into that, I've been down for a year. I've been having medical problems.
Yeah.
On my best year, I made over 350,000.
Are you kidding me?
That's US dollars.
So keep in mind, last year I made 50, but like 5 years ago I made 350,000. So a lot of that has to do with my life changes and just the scene changing. Anytime something's profitable, people are going to dilute the pool, right? There are more streamers, less viewers. So that's going to happen. But no, on my top year when I came out of Microsoft, I was making more money live streaming and making video content on YouTube than I was ever working as a senior software developer.
And I remember when I first came across you, when you 3D printed a Stormtrooper outfit.
Yeah,
that was pretty awesome. He custom 3D printed it for himself.
A guy on the other side of the world literally designed the suit from pictures. I held a T-pose, and my wife went around me in the front yard and took like 400 pictures of me. A guy on the other side of the world 3D modeled an entire one-off episode, was it episode 7 Stormtrooper, like it was new at the time, and I 3D printed it in 68 pieces on these Ultimaker 3D printers, assembled it, painted it, and wore it to Penny Arcade Expo.
You are a weird dude, Jerry. I'm going to get you to hold on the line, because when we come back, you're going to explain how people can start getting into Twitch and how they can start building an audience as well. You listen to Get Connected. We'll be back after this.
Let's face it, if you've lost your job, you have questions. But before you call an employment lawyer, go to the free pocketemploymentlawyer.ca. Answer a few.
First world problems. Well, it's not slavery, but they didn't pay you, did they?
Turn to the classroom. Christopher.
Not transmitting.
Traverse. On voit bien que la proximité est importante, que il faut peut-être consommer un peu plus local, proche de chez nous. Et auparavant, il y avait déjà cette espèce d'élan. Là, ils ont été élus. Il y a quand même 8 grandes villes qui sont tenues par les maires. Donc, tapis rouge pour les verts. Et on a l'impression qu'on n'en fait que de...
Shock of I was waiting for it to come. Do you have anything useful? I should search for more channels, but every time I type, oops, what did I just say? Oh, that was CRI.
Although 78.5% were worried about the leakage of personal information and 47% felt the prices offered online by recyclers were too low. In addition, 37.5% said that they didn't know where recycled phones had gone and feared that they could harm the environment. Statistics from the China Household Electric Appliance Research Institute last year showed that in 2019 alone, about 289 million smartphones were discarded as useless in China, amounting to about 57,800 metric tons of electronics. But now, to deal with outdated, unused cell phones has been a concern
so they will tell you that Iran
for many people, especially the young people who have bought mobile phones more frequently
they could go around the world getting free cell phones from everywhere because they don't have to work to just get the processor, right?
User experiences. The China Youth Daily survey also found that about 70% of respondents have at least 2 cell phones that are left unused. They must be really rich.
Anyways, you just said something from the bottom of your heart, something going on in your mind, and you just said it. Yeah, I agree with.
Just to keep it low, 846 CRI, nothing. Nothing, of course. Why would there be something?
Moments, one after another.
Survey.
What am I longing for? I'm really secure. When.
Mario Marino for a second. Why would it work? It doesn't matter. Here's my part. If this one works, I won't want to listen to it.
In the time that you've been home, what project have you been working on during this pandemic?
Towards the end of 2019, I was commissioned to write a novella, and there was this particular story that had been playing with, the story of Solomon in the Bible. I don't know if you know it, the story of Solomon and the 2 women who were both saying the baby was theirs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I really wanted to do a contemporary version of that story, but I mean, now we have DNA. So I couldn't figure out a way to stretch that tension because you would just go to the hospital and do a test and that would be the end.
Time suspense channel from now broadcast. Everything's broken. And that's what's going to happen. Cascading failures. As things go along, things will just stop working until they fix it. Well, who's they? Might be you. Oh, that's what I'm trying to keep the storm drains cleared now, so later on I can give up on it and we'll be like, we'll have like about a year before it becomes a serious problem.
Requirements on yourself to match that setup. So I tell everybody, start off with your phone. Load the Twitch app on your phone, go straight to live stream on your phone, walk around and treat it like a vlogging exercise. Go do fun things, observe them, interact with your audience. The biggest thing, though, is interaction. If you do a live stream where you're not interacting at all and the audience is passive, to them it feels more like they're watching a video than a live stream. So just make sure that you know, every once in a while, it can be like every couple of minutes, but make sure you're paying attention to what's going on in the chat and responding to some of the things, or people will lose interest.
It's funny, I follow a bunch of streamers that they play things like Animal Crossing, you know, a pretty chill, slow moving game, and they spend most of their time doing whatever the chat is asking them to do, or trying to find stuff, and like the whole interactivity, it takes them a long time to like walk across the street in the game because there's so much interaction with the audience, which is fantastic, and it's actually part of the fun. And like you said, it's all about the personality, right?
You
like,
can play the
are they a slow talker? Are they a quiet talker? Like they have to have some life in them, and generally the chat gives people life too. So
yeah, the general rule of thumb is if you're uncomfortable in front of the camera, everybody else is going to be uncomfortable watching you. And that can be a tool. You can use that as a tool. Like if your intention is to be really awkward and really uncomfortable, there's an audience for that. But if that's not your intention, like go loosen up a little bit before you get on camera. And the other thing you need to realize is that you're safe. A lot of people seem to have this perception that because they're live streaming on the internet, they're like, oh my gosh, what if I do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing or whatever. Within reason, no, you're safe. You're in the confines of your house. Nobody's going to get you. The boogeyman's not going to come and get you. Just be yourself. Treat the camera like it's your best friend in the room that you would tell anything to, and just have a good time. But how do you? I'd also say get some mods. Have some moderators too.
Yeah, how do you build up an audience though? Like if you're just starting from scratch, and I want to talk about puppies.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about puppies and you're trying to build an audience, I would start going to forums and social media sites on the internet like Facebook, Twitter, and so forth, and find groups where people are interested in the subject matter that you're throwing down, and then find conversations where your show is relevant.
Some of the demonstrations in Hong Kong, and then the pandemic, film festivals, exhibitions, everything stopped. I cannot face the frustration of 10 years' work affected by this epidemic. I keep on watching the same movie over and over again. Try to think whom to blame and what to do. I then took out Stanley Kramer's Ship of Fools and watched it for the first time since 1965. The film was made in the old Hollywood style. It's a very strange feeling because it's like meeting an old friend. It tells a story of a group of passengers on a second-class liner traveling from Mexico to Europe during pre-World War II. 1965 was the second year I freshly arrived from the martial law Taiwan. In Taiwan, there was a lot of censorship. We were not allowed to discuss political opinions, and many movies were banned. So when I watched Ship of Fools, my eyes were opened to a new world. The film talks about politics and revolutions, and the ship sails towards Nazi Germany. The most moving part is that of Simone Signoret, who plays a Contessa aware of social injustice in Mexico and wants to help the poor start a revolution. The Contessa has influenced many characters in the movies. Ship of Fools made me reflect on the pandemic not just as a disaster, but as a revolution. Don't you see, all of a sudden, the sky become bluer, the air cleaner. It has changed everything. Our way of life, our way of communication, our way of appreciating movies. I never believed in making movies for small screen, but I have changed my mind. Either in IMAX or virtual cinema, as long as it is a good sharing. Let us welcome 2021, a year of sharing.
Oh, you almost sounds like he's going somewhere with it.
Hong Kong director Yun Fan find out about his latest movie, Number 7 Cherry Lane, online.
Genius, right?
Now, has this past year felt like entering the ninth circle of hell? While some of the skills I've picked up during the pandemic have been fun, some have been more hellish, like teaching myself about the plumbing. Ugh. One of our listeners, Melissa Conway, tells us how Dante's epic poem, The Divine Comedy, has inspired her during this time.
You said plumbing.
My name is Melissa Conway, and I'm from San Diego, California.
No, every normal dude
The work I would like to talk about today is The Divine Comedy, a poem written by Dante Alighieri in the early 14th century. It is about a man, also named Dante, who takes a fantastic pilgrimage through hell, purgatory, and heaven. It is considered by many to be one of the greatest works of literature ever written. For political reasons, Dante was exiled from his beloved native city of Florence, and it was in exile that he wrote his great work. When the pandemic lockdown was put into effect, I was suddenly separated from almost everyone and everything I loved. Feeling in exile myself, I began rereading Dante, while simultaneously searching online for digitized copies of the earliest manuscripts of the Divine Comedy. Instead of lonely hours stretching out,
Ow, damn it.
Time for the Reliance Home Comfort Early Bird Air Conditioner. $100 on a select air conditioner. We're always focused on taking
What?
Bring the service that's earned Reliance over 50,000 five-star reviews. So don't wait. Call today because it's a great time to beat the summer rush and get $1,200 off a select air conditioner for a great deal now.
How do you have 50,000 customers, let alone 50,000 five-star? I find that suspect. How many? Like, if every customer, you had 50,000 customers in the last what? How many months, weeks, years?
Audio or the 10.2-inch Apple iPad with 32 or 128 gigs of memory.
I mean, if you did, you did, but I don't believe.
Check out these amazing.
That's 50,000 five-star reviews. How many other reviews? How many? And then how many customers didn't write? You got customers that buy like 6 things a year that don't use a computer if their fucking life depended on it.
Until we're all vaccinated, we need to stay the course. Wear a mask, wash your hands,
stay the course.
We've come so far together, and thousands of people across Ontario are getting vaccinated every day. Your turn is coming soon.
I still vote for be a part of the solution. Like no space, APART. Nobody listens.
Paid for by the government of Ontario.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Area Rug Shop. Area Rug Shop has thousands of rugs in stock fit for your lifestyle. Find your perfect rug in one of our showrooms in Richmond Hill.
I need rugs measured in cubic meters.
AreaRugShop.ca.
Right now in downtown Toronto, clear and 5 degrees. 680 News Time.
Wind chill of -10. Oh, here we go.
All News Radio.
They're making it up like I'm faking it. No, this everything that transmits is fucked up.
Right now.
Despite being in the midst of a 3-week circuit breaker, the BC government announcing record COVID infection numbers to start on April.
More Canucks are heading to the NHL's COVID protocol list as questions arise over the future of the team's season.
Is the shutdown too little too late? Ontario reports just under 6,100 COVID-19 cases in the past 2 days. Ontario hospitals say more needs to be done than just a province-wide shutdown, pleading with residents to follow health measures.
A wild finish in March Madness, and the Canucks' COVID situation goes from bad to worse. Sports at 15. And coming up in business, I speak to a board member behind a new support program launched in Canada this week geared towards helping young Black entrepreneurs. Those stories and more coming up in 60 seconds.
You lie. I'll wait 25 minutes and what he'll tell us about nothing.
It is a great time to be on the roads as we are seeing no volume delays, but just a heads up if you
Produced and directed by William Spear, scored by Bernard Herrmann. The notable melodramas from stage and screen fiction and radio.
Brought to you by
Presented each
Roma
week to bring you to
Wines.
the edge of your chair, to keep you in suspense.
Don't get it twisted. I think alcohol is just a viable product to advertise. I just don't have the problem.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles.
The Man in Black.
I'm very happy I am to be back in the United States and back on the Columbia Network, even for so short a visit as this one. Back with old friends like Johnny Dietz, who's tonight's director, and Bernard Herrmann. The Mercury Theater presented tonight's radio play for the first time last year. They came right out then and hailed it as a classic of the medium. Nobody argued the point. A lot of people asked us to do it again, so it's gratifying to get the chance now. And to find a favorite of ours in this distinguished anthology of spook shows. Personally, I've never met anybody who didn't like a good ghost story. But I know a lot of people who think there are a lot of people who don't like a good ghost story. For the benefit of these, at least, I go on record at the outset of this evening's entertainment with a sober assurance that although blood may be curdled on this program, none will be spilt. There's no shooting, knifing, throttling, axing, or poisoning here. No clanking chains, no cobwebs, no bony and or hairy hands appearing from secret panels, or better yet, bedroom curtains. If it's any part of that dear old phosphorescent foolishness that people who don't like ghost stories don't like, then again, I promise you, we haven't got it. Not tonight. What we do have is a thriller. It's half as good as we think it is. You can call it a shocker. It's already been called a real Orson Welles story. Now, frankly, I don't know what this means. I've been on the air directing and acting in my own shows for quite a while now, and I don't suppose I've done more than half a dozen thrillers in all that time.
That could mean a lot of things.
Honestly, I don't think even that many, but it seems I do have a reputation for the uncanny. Quite possibly. A little escapade of mine involving a couple of planets, which shall be nameless, is responsible. Doesn't really matter. Don't think I disapprove of thrillers. I don't. A story doesn't have to appeal to the heart. It can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warmed, and sometimes you want your spine to tingle. The tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to
we know.
The Hitchhiker. That's the name of our story. The Hitchhiker. I'm in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, perhaps it'll help me.
Okay, this one's worth getting out to.
Keep me from going crazy. I gotta tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well, except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams.
Diphtheria, cholera.
I'm 36 years of age.
Dengue.
Unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Buick, license number 6Y175189. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it's not me who's gone mad. Something else. Something utterly beyond my control. I'd love to speak quickly. At any minute, the link may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on Earth. The last night I ever see the stars. 6 days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Hey, give me a kiss, and I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Oh, no, it's raining. Stay here at the door. What's this? Tears? I thought you promised me you wouldn't cry.
Oh, I know, dear. I'm sorry. But I do hate to see you.
I'll be back. It'll only be on the coast 3 months.
Oh, it isn't that. It's just the trip. Ronald, I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast. of pickup and exchanges on the road.
Oh, gosh. I think I was still 17 here, you tell.
At one point, they lowered the speed limit to 35 miles an hour, and the number of deaths.
Of course I would. Don't you worry. It ain't going to happen. It's 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in fine spirits. The drive ahead of me, even the loneliness, seemed like a lark. I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least, he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he got there, but I thought probably one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beat me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him, standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I'd seen quite distinctly the bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain splattered over his shoulders. He hallooed at me this time. Hello! Hello! Stepped on the gas like a shot. That's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences or whatever it was, near the Willys. Stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir.
Fill her up.
Certainly, sir. Check your oil, sir?
No, thanks.
Nice night, isn't it?
Yes. It hasn't been raining here recently, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh? Oh, I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm.
Oh, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, you know. There aren't many pleasure cars out on the turnpike this season of the year.
I suppose not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
What's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
Not much. If we did, it'd be a sight for sore eyes.
Why?
Oh, look, I'd be a fool who started out to hitch rides on this road. Look at it.
Then, you've never seen anybody?
No. Maybe they get the lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, you know, just before the toll house. But then it'd be a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't want to pick up a guy for that long a ride. And you know, this is pretty lonesome country here. Mountains and woods. You ain't seen anybody like that, have you?
No. Oh, no, not at all. It's just a technical question.
I see. Well, that'll be just $1.49 with the tax.
Thing gradually passed through my mind, a sheer coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio, I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay greening in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Now, let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting.
almost drooping a little, a cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. Then he looked up. He hailed me. He started to walk forward. Hello? 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 No, not just now, sorry. Going to California? No, not today. The other way, going to New York, sorry. After I got the car back on the road again, I felt like... Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. At the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. Fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The light changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yeah, what is it? What do you want?
Sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yeah, we do in the daytime. We're closed up now for the
I know, and I was wondering if you could possibly have a cup of coffee, black coffee, just...
No, not this time of night, mister. My wife's a cook. She's in bed.
Don't shut the door, please. Listen, just a minute ago... Just a minute ago, there was a man standing here right beside the stand, a suspicious-looking man. I don't mean to disturb you. And you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
What was he doing?
Well, nothing.
You've been taking a nip. That's what you've been doing. Now, on your way before I call our scare boats.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. Beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop, to rest a little. I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. A few resort places that were closed, only an occasional log cabin, seemingly deserted. That's all that broke the monotony of the wild, wooded landscape. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I would run him down. I didn't see him again. I didn't see him until late next afternoon. I stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma to let a train pass by. When he appeared across the tracks, leaning against a telephone pole. Perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, turning the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, and I didn't care. Something was wrong with the car. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell ringing and the cry of its whistle. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning me to my death. I frustrated him that time. I started work at last. I managed to back up. When the train passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was, or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Like a ride?
Well, what do you think? How far are you going?
Where do you want to go?
Amarillo, second.
I'll drive you there.
Gee. You mind if I take off my shoes? My dog would kill him.
Go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break there.
Hitchhike much?
Sure, only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
I should think it would be, though. I'll bet you get a good pickup in a fast car. You did, you could get places faster than, say, another person in another car, couldn't you?
I don't get you.
Well, take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country, say, at a nice, steady clip, about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you just standing beside the road waiting for Liz beat me to town, or any town, provided she got picked up every time in a car doing from 65 to 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It's just a crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do? If I was a good-looking fella like yourself, why, I just enjoy myself every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. If I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road, hey, look out!
Did you see who? A man standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody. There wasn't nothing but a bunch of cows and a wire fence.
No?
What do you think he was doing? Trying to run into the barbed wire fence?
Man there, I tell you, a thin gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. No, I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
Say you didn't see him back there? You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as
watch for him the next time and keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute. There, look there.
How does this door work? I'm getting out of here.
That time?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. I don't see how I will very long driving with you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me, but please don't go.
So if you'll excuse me...
You can't go. Listen, how would you like to go to California? I'll drive you to California.
Seeing pink elephants all the way? No, thanks. Thanks just the same.
Listen, please, just 1 minute, please.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend. Just a good dose of sweet.
Please.
There, I got it now.
No, you can't go. Please,
come back. Your hands off me. Do you hear? Take your hands off.
She ran from me. As though I were a monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. In the heart of the great Texas prairies, there wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. I tried to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. If I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car for a few hours along the side of the road. Getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket when I saw him coming toward me, emerging from the herd of moving steer.
Hello!
Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Thought it out then and there. For now, he began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped, even for a moment, for gas, for oil, for a drink of pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. I was sitting near the drinking fountain, a little camping spot, just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque when I bought 20 gallons of gas. I was afraid to stop now. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in the lune landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. Now he didn't even wait for me to stop. Unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads, he waited for me at every other mile. I'd see his figure, shadowless, flitting before me, still in the same attitude, over the cold, lifeless ground, flitting over dried-up rivers, over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals, flitting in that pure, cloudless air. I was beside myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this evening. There's an auto camp here. Cold, almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if only I could speak to someone familiar, someone I loved, I could pull myself together.
Your call, please.
Long distance.
Long distance, certainly. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home in Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 20828.
Certainly, I will try to get it for you. Albuquerque, New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 20828.
I read somewhere that love could banish demons. In the middle of the morning, I knew Mother would be home. I pictured her tall and white-haired in her crisp house dress, going about her tasks. It'd be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right, deposit another $1.50. Will you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to, please?
Who is this?
This is Mrs. Winnie.
Mrs. Winnie? I don't know any Mrs. Winnie. Is this Beechwood 20828?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
Well, what's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. Nervous breakdown. But who is this
nervous
calling?
Breakdown? Well, my mother never was nervous.
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Death of her oldest son, Ronald? Hey, what's this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 20828. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
And so I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get hold of myself. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy. Outside, it's night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1,000,000 stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa. Mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he's waiting for me. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am. So ends The Hitchhiker, and to Orson Welles our considerable thanks for his playing of the title role. Mr. Welles, help wanted. Men, women, and children. Nature of work, hard, monotonous, back-breaking labor. Hours, 75 a week minimum. Pay, few cents an hour. Added inducement, 2 meals a day, including several ounces of bad bread and a cup of thin soup. Don't delay, apply at once. How'd you respond to a want ad like that, Mr. and Mrs. American working man and woman? You'd laugh, wouldn't you, and throw the paper in the trash basket. Dismiss the whole advertisement as some kind of a joke, but believe me, it's no joke. It's a simple statement of the working conditions that exist today in Nazi Germany and the conquered countries under Nazi rule. It's also an exact statement of the working conditions that will be imposed on you and every member of your family if the Nazis win this war. You yourself personally can stop them from winning, as you know. You don't have to give up your well-paid job to do it. You needn't have to be a soldier or a sailor or an airman or a nurse or a war worker to ensure American victory. Uncle Sam doesn't ask plain, ordinary, hard-working citizens like you to give him anything. All he asks, all this he does ask very seriously and very urgently, is that you loan him 10 cents out of every dollar you make. That's all there is to it. Lend Uncle Sam a dime to win this war, and he'll pay you back with interest when he's won it. The easiest, most convenient way to lend him these dimes is to enroll in the payroll savings plan. Just tell your boss to deduct 10 cents from every dollar he pays you and lend it to Uncle Sam in your name. Sign up for this simple savings plan today, and when victory comes, you'll have war bonds in your pockets instead of Axis bonds on your wrists. Suspense will be heard again 2 weeks from tonight. Next Wednesday night, September 9th, the Columbia Broadcasting System will present over many of these stations at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime an address by W. Averell Harriman, United States Lend-Lease Administrator in London. Mr. Harriman, as the personal representative of the President of the United States, attended the Moscow conferences between Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin. Next Wednesday's broadcast will be Mr. Harriman's first public address since his return to this country. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. John Dietz was our guest director this evening. Tonight's radio drama was written by Lucille Fletcher. The original score was by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Armed Forces Radio.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM. On time. During these pandemic times, your elevator needs to operate efficiently.
Covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice.
Penny a bowl.
In the workplace in Japan, we hear stories from relatives of women who died as a direct result of overwork.
I went to a funeral, and not so many people were crying because she was not the only person who died by this hellish culture.
That's Women Dying for Work on the BBC World Service, straight after.
King on you, Husky! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Say, fellas and girls, Christmas goodies come only once a year. But the goodies you can enjoy every morning are those king-size grains of sun-ripened rice or wheat shot from guns. Yes, I mean delicious Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat, topped with lots of milk or thick, rich cream and chilled fruit or sliced bananas. A treat for your taste every time. Be sure to have a heaping bowl full of delicious Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice tomorrow morning.
Meal costs down to a penny a bowl. Chilled fruit with a price of icebox.
The mother husky lay in the corner of the dog run with her puppies frisking around her. All of them were gray with white markings, with the exception of the tiniest of the litter. He was pure white, and it was he who ran forward to greet Angus McPherson and Sergeant Preston as they stepped inside the run. Well, hello there, young fella. The puppy liked the sound of the sergeant's voice, and he wagged his tail so hard he shook his whole body as he tried to make friends.
Yeah, but dogs
the sergeant reached down and scooped him up. Angus shook his head.
That one I call the wee mite. He'll never grow up to be a sled dog, I'm afraid.
He's a friendly little rascal.
But look at him. Nearly a month old and lost in the palm of your hand. He's not made for the trail.
He'd make a fine pet.
Aye. And if you should meet a deserving bairn in your travels, Sergeant, he's yours to bestow as you see fit.
Well, thanks, Angus. I'll remember that. But for the time being, back you go to your mother, little fella.
Oh, look at him go.
When the wee mite was 3 months old, he was only half the size of his brothers and sisters, but he was twice as venturesome. And those two factors determined his whole future. It was the day before Christmas. The wee mite, burrowing in the snow, found a small opening between the wire fence of the run and the frozen ground. If he'd been any larger, he wouldn't have been able to squeeze through it and tunnel his way up to the crusted surface of the snow on the far side of the fence. If he had known the meaning of fear, he wouldn't have raced straight into the dense pine forest that surrounded the McPherson cabin. But that's what he did. And once inside the forest, he ran on and on, having a wonderful time investigating the strange sights and sounds and scents of this great new world. Hours passed. The sky clouded over. It grew dark. The wind rose and a heavy snow began to fall. It was not until then that the wee mite gave a thought to home. And not until then he realized he had no idea where home was. But the instinct for survival warned him his fluffy white coat wasn't sufficient protection against the driving, snow-laden wind, and that he must find shelter. He floundered on through the deepening drifts until he reached the edge of the forest. But he was miles away from the McPherson cabin, and the two buildings he saw were dark and silent. The door of the smaller building was closed tight and padlocked. The door of the larger one was also closed, but there was a broken board near the bottom that provided a means of entrance. The wee mite crawled through the hole. The building was a barn. There was even darker inside than out, but here there was protection from the cruel wind, and the mite trotted around, making a tour of inspection. There was a stove near the door, cold and black, and a row of stalls on either side of the barn. They were unoccupied, but bedded with straw, and the mite chose the farthest stall from the door. There he settled down and burrowed into the straw. Warm at last, he soon fell asleep, exhausted from his efforts. It was a light that woke him, a light pouring through the open door at the far end of the barn. The mite nosed his way to the surface of the straw and peeked around the stall partition to see what was going on. A young woman holding a lantern was standing in the doorway, and behind her there was a young man. He carried a little boy wrapped in a blanket.
There's a stove in here, John, and firewood beside it.
Good. We'll stay here instead of breaking into the cabin.
Plenty of straw, too. We can make a bet for Davy close to the stove.
I'll get a fire going.
Let me have him.
It's all right, dear.
I shouldn't have insisted on coming along, but I would have worried so much staying at home and wondering.
Oh, you were right to come.
I'm sorry I couldn't keep up with you.
I couldn't have gone on much farther myself carrying Davy.
Mommy, I'm so cold. I know, darling, but you'll be warm in a minute. Oh, I hurt. I know. But Daddy's going on to Dawson, and he'll bring back a doctor to make you well. When I saw these buildings, John, I was hoping there'd be someone here.
Oh, not at this time of year. It's a way station for the stage line. They don't operate during the winter.
How far is it to Dawson?
Perhaps 10 miles.
Dear, perhaps we should have stayed at home.
Simply done nothing? No, we had to try and get into a doctor. We'd have made it if it hadn't been for the storm.
What a Christmas Eve.
Like Jesus.
What, Davy?
It's like Jesus. This is a stable, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is there a manger here?
Those are mangers in the stall. They put hay in them for the horses to eat.
They're not very big. I couldn't fit into one of those.
Jesus was only a little baby when they laid him in a manger.
Oh,
sorry. If there were only something we could do for him, John.
I'm sure it's appendicitis. Need the doctor. There. Yeah, the fire's going. It should warm up in a minute. I'll get some straw.
From far back in the dark recesses of the barn, and with only his little head showing, the wee mite watched the man pile straw beside the stove, and then take the little boy from the woman's arms and place him on it. The puppy liked the boy, and would have liked to make friends with him, perhaps even snuggle down in the straw beside him, where loneliness and fear could be forgotten. Wee Mite had lost his supreme self-confidence, though. He was afraid the man and woman might object if he came any closer, might even drive him out into the night and the storm. So he nestled back in his burrow and whimpered a little as he watched unseen.
It's soft.
Are you feeling any better, son?
I'm sleepy. That's good. You try to go to sleep, baby.
all right, Mommy.
John, I don't like the sound of that wind. I don't think you should try to get to Dawson tonight.
Oh, I must, dear.
Davy seems to be a little better. By morning, the snow may have stopped, and then we can all go on together. We'll have to fight every step of the way to Dawson if you try to make it tonight.
Listen, someone calling.
Speak with it.
A traveler heading this way.
Anyone we know?
No, a rough-looking customer. Perhaps I'd better stay here with you.
Yes, by all means.
Howdy, partner. You mind if I come in? No, not at all. There's a stove. We have a fire going. That sounds good to me. Why, a woman? Yes, my wife and my boy. I'm John St. Clair. I'm a trapper. Might call me a trapper, too. Name is Smith. You're welcome. Are you on your way to Dawson? I've just come from there. How's the trail? There isn't any now. It's a terrible night. Merry Christmas. Well, at least we have shelter. Who's that? I have no idea. Another traveler, perhaps. Stand aside from the door. Why are you drawing your gun? Never mind. Stand aside. Door isn't barred. Come in.
I can't. I have a man who's nearly done for it. I'm holding him up.
All right. Open up, St. Clair.
Once more, the wee mite stuck his head out of his burrow and around the stall petitioned to see what was going on. Two men staggered into the barn. John St. Clair pushed the door shut behind him. One of the men was completely exhausted and would have dropped to the floor if the other hadn't lifted him bodily and carried him toward the stove.
Here we are. You mind if I put him down here, ma'am?
Oh, no. Is he hurt?
No, not that I know of. But we'll have a look. I found him lying face down on the trail.
He might have frozen to death.
Yes, he might have. But there seems to be nothing seriously wrong with him. Little warmth is all he needs. Are you all right, man? Yes. What is this place? What does it look like to you at the barn? I must keep going. Now, there's a brave idea. You take 2 steps outside and fall on your face again. Did I do that? You did. Who are these people? Since we've just arrived, I'm in no position to make introductions. Oh, I'm John St. Clair, the trapper. This is my wife, and the little boy who's sleeping by the stove is my son. My name is Smith. Is it now? And yours, mister? It's hers.
It's Jones.
What's yours? Green. Since I'm only competing with a Smith and a Jones, there's no reason why I should tax my imagination.
What do you mean by that?
Just that my name isn't Green. His name isn't Jones, and his name isn't Smith. Now that Mr. Smith realizes he's among friends, he can put up his gun.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I am afraid I do.
These men are...
3 wise men who've come to pay you a visit on Christmas Eve. 3 wise men, ma'am. Who are a little too wise for their own good.
How do you figure you're so wise, Green?
Well, when a man is killed and the police start rounding up all suspicious characters, it's a wise thing to get out of town. Until they find the suspicious character they're looking for, I mean.
You've come from Dawson.
How did you guess?
The man who was killed. Do they have any idea who did it?
I didn't wait to find out.
You men are suspected of murder?
I had no love for the dead man.
Nor I. I had good reason to hate him.
Well, who are you talking about? Luke Devlin. It was he or one of his hired gunmen who killed my best friend, Tim Moriarty. I swore that nothing would stop me from evening the score.
I made the mistake of trusting Devlin. My father made the mistake of trusting him. Devlin cheated him out of a fortune and destroyed his will to live. The law may not call it murder, but I do.
Each of you hated this man, this Devlin.
It seems so, ma'am.
But you didn't. Somehow I know you didn't kill him.
Oh, it would be hard for you to think evil of any man. What's the matter with the boy?
Mommy, it hurts. Davy, darling.
We think it's appendicitis. Mind if I take a look at him?
Oh, no, indeed.
I won't hurt you, Davy. I just want to see. Oh, I'm sorry, Davy. Is it? So. My guess is that he should be operated on at once.
We were trying to get him into Dawson to the hospital. No chance of that tonight.
I've heard that the best temporary treatment is a cold compress.
Well, now, this bandana of mine could be wet with snow.
It may help.
No sooner said than done. Oh. I hear doors. So do I. There they are. Coming from Dawson. It's a big man driving. Could be Sergeant Trippz. Yeah. You leave that gun in its holster, Smith. There'll be no shooting around these decent people in there, boy. You want to be arrested? Does he know you by sight? No? Then stick to your story. Your name is Smith.
For the first time that night, the wee mite hidden in the straw saw a familiar face. He recognized the sergeant and the great dog that entered the barn with him. The puppy would have run to greet them if King hadn't come straight to his hiding place far back in the barn. But King merely touched the puppy's nose and returned to his master. The mite, more than a little bewildered by all that was going on, decided to stay where he was and continue to watch. The sergeant knelt beside the boy and examined him. He talked with Mr. and Mrs. St. Clair for a few minutes, and then he and the 3 men who called themselves Smith, Jones, and Green left the stove and walked straight toward the stall where the mite was hiding. The mite burrowed deeper in the straw.
There's no need to disturb Mr. and Mrs. Sinclair with our business.
You have business with us, Sergeant?
With one of you, and any one of you might fit the description of the man I'm looking for. About 6 feet tall, about 180 pounds, black bearded, caribou parka.
Yeah, the description fits all 3 of us, that's for sure. May I ask what this man you're looking for has done, mister? He should be wanted by the law.
The man I'm looking for knows what he's done. I expect him to identify himself.
Oh, do you, Sergeant? You seem very confident.
I am. Because the man I'm looking for can save that boy's life. Come along, King.
Where are you going?
We got some food and some tea for my sled. Think it over, men.
Think what over? What he said? That one of us can save Davy's life.
We'll take an operation in Dawson.
In Dawson? Yes.
An operation tonight.
And the one of us who can make that possible is the man the sergeant is looking for. The one he's accused of murder. He said to think it over.
The sergeant returned with supplies and cooking utensils, and Mrs. St. Clair prepared a meal. It was eaten in silence. The wee mite was hungry, and he would certainly have joined the group around the stove if King hadn't brought him a biscuit. The puppy thanked him hastily and began to devour the hot bread. When he had finished it, he wanted more, and he would certainly have gone after it if his attention hadn't been distracted. The sergeant was standing only a few feet away from him, once more talking with a man who called himself Smith.
I take it you believe the boy has acute appendicitis, Sergeant.
There's no doubt of it.
The only thing that can save him is an operation.
Right.
An operation costs money, and St. Clair can't afford it. All right, I'm the man who can. You get the boy to Dawson, I'll pay for the operation. I have plenty of money on deposit at the Yukon Trading Company.
Under the name of Smith?
You don't have to be told who I am. I'm Nick Blaine, Devlin's ex-partner.
Are you?
I suppose people heard us arguing in his room tonight. When I hit him, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
You didn't, Nick.
What?
And you're not the man I'm looking for. People heard you quarreling with Devlin, but he was shot an hour after you left. You
mean that?
It isn't money that can save this boy. It'll be impossible for any dog team to get back to Dawson tonight.
I heard that, sir.
You did?
I'm your man.
Not if your name is Green.
It's Mike Mason. Why, sure, now I remember. You won the snowshoe marathon from Whitehorse to Dawson last winter. I did indeed. And I can make it to Dawson without any trouble at all, even carrying the boy in my arms. I'm ready to start this minute, and I'll turn myself over to the police as soon as I deposit Davy at the hospital. But I didn't kill Devlin, Sergeant. I'm telling you the truth. I heard the shot as I was coming up the front stairs. I ran down the hall to his room and opened the door. There he was, lying on the floor. I knew I'd be accused. That's why I ran away.
Mike, you might be able to make it to Dawson tonight, but Davy couldn't stand the trip. You aren't the man who can save his life.
Does that mean you're not accusing me of Devlin's murder?
It does. Devlin told us who shot him.
Sergeant, may I speak to you alone for a minute?
What is it, John?
Well, there's no reason why I shouldn't say it in front of these men. I'm the man you're looking for. My name isn't Jones, it's Warren.
Dr. Henry Warren.
Yes. I went to Devlin's room and I leveled a gun at his heart. I told him who I was and why I was going to kill him. He'd driven my father to suicide. But I couldn't pull the trigger. Devlin took the gun away from me.
And how did that happen? How was he shot?
It was afterward, when he was pointing the gun at me and laughing. He said he was going to get rid of me and claim self-defense. I jumped at him, and it was then that it happened.
You were claiming self-defense?
It would be hard to prove, wouldn't it? That doesn't matter. I'm willing to face the music. You're wrong, though, in thinking I can save Davy's life simply because I'm a doctor. How can I operate without instruments, without anesthetic or drugs?
The ways of Providence are often strange.
Providence?
Call it what you like. After Devlin identified you as the man who had shot him, he went to your room in the palace. You promised once. All your personal belongings were loaded on my sled to be taken to headquarters. At that moment, we learned you'd been seen leaving town, heading south on the stage trail. I took after you at once.
My instruments, my medicine chest
are still on my sled. Are you ready to operate, Doctor?
At once, Sergeant.
I'll give you a hand, Warren.
All right.
Now, the wee mite's eyes really opened wide in wonder at the activity that filled the barn. And finally, it centered around the boy. It seemed to the mite that the men were going to hurt Davy. He growled low at his throat. King was the only one who noticed it. The great dog trotted back to the puppy's side, touched his nose, and the mite understood that this was some business in which he shouldn't interfere. King dropped to the straw beside him, and together they watched the men who hid the little boy from view. It was some time before they stood aside, and the mite could see Davy's face. It was so white and still that the puppy was afraid. King reassured him. For the next half hour, everyone in the barn was silent, watching Davy. Then the boy cried out.
All right, Mr. Fair. Coming out of the anesthetic. You just sit down beside him and take his hand.
No. Davy, darling. I had a bad dream. Gone now, isn't it? Yeah. And the pain's gone too. Has it? Yes. I'm sleepy. You go to sleep, darling. Go.
The wee mite looked up at the king's face, as if to ask him if everything was as it should be. King's answer was satisfactory, and the puppy followed Davy's example. Snuggled deep in the straw, and went to sleep. He slept for a long time. When he wakened, the storm was over. Someone had just driven up, and as the sergeant went out to meet the traveler, the mite could see the clean white snow sparkling in the sun. But the puppy's first thought was of Davy. The boy was still sleeping. And then whoever had stopped outside the barn drove away, and the sergeant came back inside.
That was Constable Downey, men. He brought good news from Dawson.
Oh, Devlin's still alive?
Yes, and what's more, he'll recover.
Thank you.
But the news is even better than that for you, Doctor. The Christmas spirit must have touched Devlin last night. Father Michel came to the hospital to have a talk with him. During the course of it, Devlin exonerated you completely, Doctor. You're a free man.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
This should be a very Merry Christmas.
I wish I could make it merry for my patient.
You made him a priceless gift, his life.
But when he wakes up, he'll be disappointed. This is Christmas morning, and he'll be expecting a tree and presents. His presents are waiting for him at home. He can't be moved for at least another day.
Well, presents may be an impossibility, but there are thousands of Christmas trees in the forest. There's no reason why we can't set one up in here.
That's a fine idea.
Who wants to give me a hand with it?
I will.
And I'll have breakfast ready for you when you come back.
Good. I'm hungry as a
The wee mite watched King leave the barn with the men, and Mrs. St. Clair returned to the stove to busy herself with preparations for breakfast. Then the puppy's attention returned to the sleeping boy, and a strange, wonderful feeling filled his heart. A feeling that he would never be lonely or afraid again, because he had found something he had been searching for, a master to love and follow all his life. More than anything in the world, he wanted to run to Davy's side, and with the desire came the courage to accomplish it. Without a thought of Mrs. St. Clair, he scrambled from his straw bed and started forward. When he was only a foot from Davy, he stopped. The boy's hand was lying on the outside of the blanket, and the mite touched it with his little pink tongue. The boy's eyes opened.
Oh, are you mine? You must be. Who must have left you? White and soft. Oh, puppy, I love you.
Davy took the mite in his arms. The puppy settled down in perfect contentment. Together, they dozed off to sleep.
What's that?
It was Mrs. St. Clair's voice that wakened the mite.
Where did you come from?
The tone of her voice and the look of shocked surprise on her face filled the mite with panic. He turned to his newly adopted master, hoping he would vouch for him. But Davy was sound asleep. The puppy began to tremble, and he lifted his soft brown eyes to Mrs. St. Clair, pleading for permission to stay where he was.
Now, I didn't mean to frighten you. There, little fella. You're a handsome youngster.
The mite was grateful for the kindness in Mrs. St. Clair's voice. But just then, the door of the barn opened, and the men came trooping in.
John, come here. Sergeant, please.
The mite dove underneath the blanket and began to tremble once more. Only a moment later, however, King stuck his nose under the blanket and gently forced the mite to raise his head and look at the men gathered around him. At the same time, King made the puppy understand there was no reason to be afraid, and the mite took him at his word. At least the big man with a red coat showing beneath his parka was a friend.
Look, John, a puppy. Where did he come from? I'm sure he didn't slip in as you went out. I closed the door myself.
He must have been here all night, sleeping in one of the stalls.
And Davy's made friends with him. Now, could there be a better Christmas present for the boy?
But the puppy must belong to someone, Sergeant.
Oh, he does. It belongs to Angus McPherson, who lives on the other side of the farm.
Davy can't keep him. We'll have to give him back.
No. Angus calls him the wee mite. He'll never be large enough to be a sled dog.
Even so.
And Angus told me 3 months ago that he was mine to give to any boy who wanted a pet. Without opening his eyes, Davy murmured,
Why still, Whitey? Oh, you're the best Christmas present I ever had.
Did you hear that, Sergeant? Yes, Mike. Last night when Nick and the doctor and I came here to the stable and found the boy, I was reminded of the old story. And when Mrs. St. Clair asked us who we were, I said we were 3 wise men. Well, in a way, we acted just like those other wise men. They brought the babe in the manger gift, gold and frankincense and myrrh. Nick offered gold to Davy, and I my strength, and the doctor his skill. But in the end, it turns out to be your gift that means the most, Sergeant. I haven't given Davy anything. The puppy. It's the wee mite himself who's done the giving. No wonder that his offerings are not acceptable. He's proving again what was proved 2,000 years ago. There can be no greater gift than love. Merry Christmas, everyone.
I think the people that if you go against the state
Well, sir, fellows and girls, today is the day you look forward to for so long. Yes, and right here is someone who wants to say something to each and every one of you. Here is Sergeant Preston himself. And naturally, I don't have to tell you that King is here too, right beside you. Fellows and girls, King and I just want to say this. We hope that you and all of your family and friends are having the most wonderful Christmas ever. How about it, King? That's King's way of saying for the both of us, Merry Christmas. And Sergeant Preston, that goes for me and for all of us here. And for the Quaker Oats Company, makers of Quaker puffed wheat, Quaker puffed rice, and...
And this would enable us to embrace more female labor force, more retired people back to work. We have the longest longevity, as you know. Women live up to 90 years old. So after you retire at 60 or 65, you have almost 2 decades to serve your country. So in 15 to 20 years' time, I'm sure we'll be able to change.
Efforts to end the karoshi altogether here in Japan are serious. Suddenly, younger generations are more inclined to adopt a better work-life balance. However, it remains to be seen if attitudes to work will change fundamentally, while women's rights and our place in society remain a long way from equal. I'm Yoshi Matsumoto. Thank you for listening. It was a made in Manchester production for the BBC World Service.
You're listening to News 24. We are the Asian community.
And we are hurting.
Stand with us.
Follow #StopAsianHate today.
Remember the 70s? Coffee was only a quarter. Disco music blasting in every club. And when the man pulled you over after a couple of drinks, all he'd say was,
"I'll let you go this time. Just drive carefully."
well, it's not the 70s anymore. And when you get behind the wheel after a couple drinks, nowadays, this is what the man will say.
"You're under arrest for driving under the influence."
Buzz driving is still drunk driving. Don't drink and drive. A message from Global News Radio 640 Toronto.
Insightful, engaging, intelligent. Global News Radio 640 Toronto.
Well, good. These guys aren't broadcasting either.
Insightful, engaging, and intelligent. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto, a Chorus Entertainment Company. Insightful, engaging, and intelligent. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto, a Chorus Entertainment Company.
It's happening. There you go. Water mains exploding,
Insightful, engaging, and intelligent. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto, a Chorus Entertainment Company.
Good evening, this is blah 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 with the Canadian Press.
Insightful, engaging, and intelligent. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto, a Chorus Entertainment Company. Insightful, engaging, and intelligent. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640.
Cascading. This is the normal thing for these motherfuckers there, for some reason.
Denied reports that the prince had been arrested, but said he had been told to stop movements and activities used to target the country's security and stability. Prince Hamza is known to have been meeting people, including members of Jordan's important tribes. But in this video, he denied wrongdoing, insisting he was not part of any conspiracy. He said he had not been the one expressing criticism.
The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has declared a state of emergency after a leak at a large reservoir at an old phosphate mine. The leak at Piney Point in the Tampa Bay area threatens the collapse of a system that stores toxic waters. Charles Haviland reports.
The alarm is sounding. People living in more than 300 homes have been ordered to leave because the collapse of the reservoir is said to be imminent after parts of its containment wall shifted. The administrator of the local Manatee County said 2.3 billion litres could leave the retention pool within seconds, flooding the surrounding area with its mix of salt water and phosphorus and nitrogen. The emergency gives special access to responders and heavy equipment. So far, efforts to plug the leak and avert the flood have been unsuccessful, but workers have been frantically pumping water into Tampa Bay, even though it's a sensitive environmental area.
The people of Bulgaria are voting in parliamentary elections hampered by one of Europe's worst coronavirus outbreaks. The long-serving Prime Minister, Boyko Borisov, and his centre-right pro-EU party are hoping for a fourth term. Their main rivals are the pro-Russian socialists. Nick Thorpe has this report.
Rain, snow and sub-zero temperatures, combined with a raging coronavirus pandemic, look set to make this an election to remember. With more than 10,000 people hospitalized by the pandemic and one of the highest mortality rates in Europe, many Bulgarians expected the election to be cancelled. A low turnout could help Boyko Borisov stay in power. Opinion polls put the Bulgarian Socialist Party in second place, but their voters tend to be older and less likely to risk a visit to a polling station. Several new parties.
Radio 640 Toronto. Insightful, engaging, and intelligent.
Couple, are you approaching the golden years? Whatever your age, whatever your situation, savings bonds can be a big help in making your tomorrow secure and happy. Plan wisely. Buy savings bonds regularly where you work or where you bank. They're a good investment. You're saving your money and you're earning more. Series E bonds pay 3% interest compounded twice a year when the bonds are held to maturity. And savings bonds are as safe and sound as America itself. What's more, they're protected against loss or theft. For the big things in your life, be ready with United States savings bonds. And now, Student Body by F.L. Wallace.
This is a good reminder, too. And just remember,
Insightful, engaging, and intelligent. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto.
Consisting of standard universal tapes and special recorded comments. First segment, Landing Day +1, 6 a.m. sidereal mean time. Voices on tapes, myself, Colonial Executive Shep Hafner, and Athil, a female member of our crew. Tape commencing.
Watch your step on the ramp, Baron. It's tilted.
Oh, yes, I will. All right, well, where are these people?
Over there, a few hundred feet. Beneath that tree.
Oh, come on.
You know, I'm going to have to note on the log that you cleared the planet for colonization as of last night.
I understand. I'm taping this now for my records. I take full responsibility for the safety of this planet.
All right. But wait until you see this. Here we are. Now, do you see there? In the clearing beneath that tree?
Good Lord, they haven't a stitch of clothes on. None of them.
That's just what I told you.
Are they all right?
No, they're just asleep. You can see them breathing.
Look here, Hatner, who gave them permission to sleep out here in the open?
Shh, don't wake them yet. I gave them permission, Marin. They've been cooped up in that ship for over 6 months. They wanted to sleep outside. And in view of your clearance, I couldn't see any reason to refuse permission.
I know. You were within your rights, but the clothing, why, they don't even have blankets.
They did have, when they bedded down last night. Some of them even used the standard issue sleeping bag.
Well, then what happened to them? There are 13 people sleeping around that tree, and they're stark naked, all of them.
Last night you told me there was nothing dangerous on Glade. Do you still think so?
I know so. I have the complete biological survey.
Does your survey account for anything like this?
You know it doesn't.
That's what I thought. Okay. Now you've seen it for yourself. Let's wake them up and get them back to the ship.
No, wait. You gotta wake them one at a time. This will be embarrassing enough for them as it is.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I will wake the nearest one first. That's a Theo, our lab technician.
Yes, well, here, take my jacket. Cover her with it before you wake her.
All right. Wake up, Theo. All right, Theo, wake up. It's Executive Hatner.
What? Oh, what is it?
I'm sorry, Theo. Something has happened.
Oh, my clothes. My blanket, everything's gone.
Now, be careful. Don't wake the others.
Oh, yes, the others. Why, good heavens, they're all that way.
Theo, just go back to your cabin on the ship. Everything is all right. We'll explain it to you when we have the others safely back.
Well, I feel so foolish. How could this happen? What's the meaning?
I'll just get back to the ship. Your clothes back there are perfectly safe.
Yes, it's all right. Well, thank you.
You told her we'd explain it later, Hatner. Do you think we can?
That's your job, isn't it?
This planet is as new to me as it is to you.
You're the biologist. What destroyed their clothing?
It would have to be something that could destroy both blankets and clothing without waking the people.
Nocturnal insects?
Ordinarily, I'd say that is a distinct possibility if it weren't for the fact that our surveys show no evidence whatsoever of any such insects on Glade.
Your survey could have missed them, couldn't it?
Not if they existed in any great quantity. Besides, if insects were the answer, there should be some kind of evidence of them right here in the area where Theo was lying. Certainly one or two of them would be crushed when she rolled over in her sleep.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Now, look for yourself. There's absolutely no sign of anything at all here.
Well, what about some chemical, some vapor oozing from the ground?
No chance at all. I'd rule that out completely.
Then what?
Well, it's the tree itself. I suppose it could exude some sort of a chemical that might dissolve cloth, but I can check that in the lab.
Well, we'd better arouse the rest of these people and get them back to the ship.
Wait.
What? What is it?
Why, it's some kind of an animal. Just caught a glimpse through there. There he is. Yeah, you see behind that bush?
Yeah. Looks almost like a chipmunk.
Yes, and he's feeding on something. Why, it looks like a piece of cloth.
Marin, do you think...
Shh, he doesn't hear us. I'll just ease up to him now. Closer. Now.
You got him.
Oh, wow, that's you little devil.
Watch out, Marin. He's got sharp teeth.
Yeah, you're telling me. Easy there, boy. Easy. Like to have your head stroked? Sure you do, that's the boy.
He's calming down.
Yes, look at that. Oh, he's nestling in the crook of my arm, almost like a kitten.
Almost. Marin, I hope you don't mind short sleeves.
Now, what do you mean?
He's already eaten half the sleeve off your shirt. I think we found the answer to our problem.
The animal was a small furry mammal resembling an Earth-type rodent. Its overall length is 14 centimeters, weight 512 grams. Fur stringy and sparse, color a light beige, indicating no particular protective coloring. The animal was placed in a special cage in a biological laboratory aboard ship for further study. Next tape, Landing date +2.
Can we exterminate it?
Ah, it's quite a job.
How about locally?
Hardly. It's ecologically basic.
Look, Marin, you're from biological control. I've just got an executive's rating.
Well, look, you know how control works. They send a survey ship over and record the neural currents of the animals. They get everything that has a brain, including insects, and they take a few specimens to check the patterns. Now, here's the report on Glade. The survey shows that this animal is one of only 4 species of mammals on the planet. It is also the most numerous.
So if we kill them off here, others will swarm in from other areas?
Yes, that's about it. There's probably millions of them around the planet. Of course, if you want to put a barrier across the connection to the mainland, you might be able to wipe them out locally.
Look, Marin, I've got a tight schedule. I can't spare dirt-moving equipment for that. By the way, what do they eat?
Well, as far as I can see, anything. Insects, fruit, berries. You could call it an omnivore. Now that our clothing is handy, it eats that too.
I thought our clothing was supposed to be vermin-proof.
It is on 27 planets. On the 28th, we met up with a little fella that has better digestive fluids, that's all. Oh, he's eating a leather belt right now.
Yeah. Are they likely to bother the crops we plant?
They shouldn't, but I would have said the same thing about our clothing.
All right, Marin, you worry about the crops. Find some way to keep them out of the fields. Meanwhile, everyone sleeps inside the ship until we can build dormitories.
Biological examination of omnivore posed this question. Why only 4 species of mammals on Glade? No reptiles and only a few birds. On all comparable planets, a large variety of species. Nearest Earth parallel, fossil remains from the late Carboniferous show creatures like the omnivora, but on Glade there appears to be no further evolution. Next tape segment, L+22, place, temporary warehouse, Quartermaster Crone, and myself.
There you are, Mr. Marin. You've got in every seat, sack, and barrel in this part of the warehouse.
Well, what makes you think it's nice?
Look, I've worked in grain elevators for 30 years in Kansas. Look the way that sack is gnawed. And look over there. Droppings.
Well, it's not exactly...
I know, so they're mice-like. I want to know how to get rid of them.
Have you tried poison?
You tell me what poison to use, and I'll use it. They got into a 100-pound sack of arsenic and went through it like it was whipped cream.
Well, how did they get in? It's a fused dirt floor, isn't it?
It should be pest-tight. But see, there are cracks along here. They must have burrowed through. They were loose in here, and we don't have time to build another warehouse. They've got to be controlled here.
Well, catch me a few of them alive, and I'll see what I can do. Next morning, a dozen live specimens of mice-like mammals were delivered to the lab. No 2 of them were affected by the same poison, and the poison developed to control the omnivora was completely ineffective. Alternate discussed with Executive Hafner and Machinist Tully of Computer Engineering. Next tape, L+24, Hafner, Tully, and myself.
I tried it out yesterday, Mr. Hafner. I think I've got all the bugs licked now.
Tully, I don't want any more metal used than is necessary. This isn't standard authorized equipment.
You're not dealing with a standard authorized problem.
Are you ready to activate the device?
Sure thing. Here, help me get it down from this assembly bench down on the floor.
All right.
There you go, Kitty. Now, what do you think of her? A robot cat.
I still think we need at least 3 of them.
Mr. Marin, inventory on colonial expeditions is always short. 1 will have to do. All right, Tully. Show us how this mechanical mouse catcher operates.
You better get out of the way, Mr. Marin. If you've touched any of the mice in the lab, she'll go for you. She reacts to smell as well as sight and sound.
All right, Tully, start it up.
All right, Kitty, go ahead and have a good time.
But she moves like a cat.
You know, I wouldn't bet a plug nickel on any mouse in the same warehouse with that baby.
Robot cat device proved relatively successful in Warehouse 1. Rodent damage held below danger margin. Next tape, L+37. Tully, Hafner, and myself.
I can't salvage it, Mr. Hafner. Just look at that. That skeleton was chrome steel. Now it's bent. The skin was duroplastic. And now it's cut to ribbons. The computer parts are all smashed to bits.
How do you account for it, Tully?
Well, look around the poor thing. You had me build it for mice. These things weren't mice. They're a good foot long. They just outnumbered him, that's all.
You examined these dead animals, Marin?
Not
closely.
Well, you'll find your mice have grown. They ganged up on that cat.
There aren't supposed to be any rats on Glade, are there?
Well, there weren't supposed to be any mice either. What are you going to do?
We'll have to build another warehouse. 2-foot-thick fused floor.
Wait a minute, Mr. Hafner. To do that, we'll have to stop all other construction. The atomic generator...
Why not build more robot cats?
You weren't here when we opened the doors, Marin. The warehouse was swarming with rats. Tully, how many robot cats would we need? 5? 15?
We don't have enough parts to build more than 3.
If we need more than that, we'll have to rob the computer in the spaceship. And that's one thing I refuse to do. The spaceship is our only link with Earth until the next wave in 2 years. All right, then I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll floodlight the supplies at night. We'll post a guard with half-charged rifles until we can move to the new warehouse. That'll take about 10 days. Meanwhile, our fast crops are ripening. It's my guess that the rats will turn to that for food. Now, in order to protect our future food supplies, you'll have to activate your cold storage animals, Marin.
Mr. Hafner, it's against regulations to release any cold storage animals on a planet until after a complete investigation.
That takes 10 to 20 years. This is an emergency.
I don't want to be responsible for another rabbit-infested Australia or that planet in the Centauri system that the snails took over.
Marin, I'll take the responsibility. You're recording now, aren't you?
Yes.
All right. If that isn't authorization enough, I'll put it in writing.
Well, the beast I've got for this job won't be any good against rats this size.
You've got hormones. Use them.
Dead rats were gathered and frozen for further studies. Observed animals, a wide variation in size. Internally, a lack of uniformity in organs. Some specimens had huge fangs and delicate jaws. Others had tiny teeth and massive bone structure. Obviously, the most scrambled species ever encountered by a biologist. Reproductive cells were especially baffling. Proceeding with hormone treatment on cold storage Earth animals. Next tape, L+39. Lab technician, Athil, and myself.
First one's coming out of it, Mr. Marin.
Yes, that makes 85% viability. That's not bad. All right, fella, now take it easy, take it easy.
Oh, he's a cute little fella.
But he's tough. That's a wire-haired terrier. They're small, but they've been used for ratters since the Middle Ages.
Do you think he's nearly ready for the hormone course?
I think so. All right, first pituitary injection.
Ready. All right, now, this is going to hurt just a little, fella.
Oh, yeah, it's a dirty trick, isn't it, jabbing you with a needle when you're fresh out of the deep freeze? But don't you worry, fella. You'll be glad you had it. You'll stand a better chance against those rats when we work you up to about a Great Dane size.
L+50, artificially enlarged terriers loosed in the fields of the fast crops. Following tape, field observation of terriers, Executive Hafner and myself.
How long have they been at it, Marin?
Since daybreak. I have to bring the dogs in at night and shoot them full of antibiotics.
Will the dogs last?
Well, this crop will be harvested in about a week. We'll make that. And there'll be 2 weeks to rest up before the next fast crop shows above ground. I think we've got the rats licked for a while.
Well, when you get a chance, you might ask some of those PhDs in Central how they happened to hand us a survey and forgot to give us a few details like mice and rats.
I have been checking on that, Mr. Hafner. I don't think there's any doubt. When that survey was made before we landed, there weren't any mice and rats on Glade.
Then where did they come from? How did they get here?
I don't know. But we're going to have to find out.
The search project on pseudo-mice and pseudo-rats interrupted by field trip with Biological Survey Officer Whitehead. Tape L+63 in field Geological Survey Vehicle. Whitehead and myself.
You think you got trouble? Can you read a sonar map?
No.
Here, look. See this scope? It reads straight down about 10 miles. I'm supposed to be out looking for oil shale, but I got kind of interested in this. Look, first few feet down, you can find fossils. After the first few feet, that's about 20,000 years, there are no fossils until you get way down here. That's about the same as late Carboniferous on Earth. Then you get the fossils again. It doesn't figure.
But isn't that usual? Changes in geological eras?
You don't get it, man. I'm not talking about eras, I'm talking about years. Straight down from here, 20,000 years ago, this was a desert. And then 3 years later, it was a jungle. 5 years after that, there was a glacier. Earth normal would be 50,000 years or more for a change like that.
What caused it?
Yeah, you cut me. Fluctuations in the sun, I don't know. Talk about changeable weather. This planet really has it.
Based on accumulated data, theory developed regarding mammalian life on planet Glade. Tape L plus 65. Place temporary headquarters of Executive Hafner.
Marin, I've got a lot of work to clear up this morning.
I thought you might like to know where the mice came from.
They don't bother us anymore.
I've also determined the origin of the rats.
They're under control.
I wonder if they are, Mr. Hafner.
What do you mean?
Mr. Hafner, I've checked this with Whitehead. Between 100 million years and 20,000 years ago, this planet was changing violently and quickly. The first change wiped out the dinosaur just the way it did on Earth. But it kept on changing. Desert, glacier, jungle, and all this within the lifespan of a single animal. For 1 million years, this was the norm of existence on Glade.
I've checked Geological Survey. The planet is stable now.
Well, that's not what I'm getting at. The point is, survival was difficult. Only one species of mammals managed to come through.
Now, wait a minute, Marin. There are 4 species, ranging in size from a squirrel to a water buffalo.
One species. They're the same. If the food supply for the largest animal increases, some of the smaller so-called species just grow up. Conversely, if the food becomes scarce in any category, the next generation, which apparently can be produced almost instantly, switches to a form which does have an adequate food supply.
The mice?
The mice weren't here when we got here. They were born of the squirrel-sized omnivora.
And the rats?
Born of the next larger size. After all, we are environment too, and they adapt to environment.
Let me get this straight. The mutations...
On Earth, it would be mutation. Here, it's merely normal evolution. These animals have no genes or chromosomes. I don't know how they pass down heredity, but they react to external conditions far faster than anything we've ever encountered.
Then we'll never be free from pests unless, of course, we rid the planet of all animal life.
Yeah, you mean with radioactive dust? That won't work. They've survived worse.
Or maybe we could leave the planet. Leave it to the animals. I could exercise authority under Clause 364.
It's too late for that.
What do you mean?
We sent back the specimen ship. The animals are on Earth, too.
But those specimens were in cages.
Yes, but the next generation will be small enough to get out through the bars. They'll be running free in the cargoes of the spaceships. They'll land on Earth, and the first thing you know, a new mutation of rats will appear. They won't have any reason to connect it with the specimens from Glade.
They won't be able to vermin-proof every building on Earth.
No, we've got to stay here. We've got to study the animals here and find out how to beat them. If we can.
Next tape, L plus 83. Place, field outpost. Quartermaster Crone, Hafner, and myself.
I saw it, Mr. Hafner. I saw it. Are you sure? There. You see that tree? No, the big one. The white flower? That's the one. I saw it behind there.
Can you describe it?
Well, I didn't get a good... That's it. That's what I heard. It sounds like a tiger. I've heard them like that in India. You watch. Right by that tree. Hey, look out. It's heading this way. Give me that rifle. Hurry up. Shoot. Shoot! Try again. I got it. Come on. Come on, let's take a look.
Now look out. Might be still alive.
No, I hit it square with that second charge. What in the devil is it? It's a good 8 feet long. What do you make of it, Marin?
Well, except for the lack of markings, it closely resembles a tiger.
Look at those claws. We chase the rats out of the warehouse, they go to the fields. We hunt them down in the fields with dogs, and they breed tigers.
Well, that's easier than rats. We can shoot tigers.
Wait a minute. We've been here less than 3 months, Marin. The dogs have been in the fields only 2. And that tiger's mature. How do you account for that?
I'm not sure, Mr. Hafner, but I imagine if the survival factor is high, the young don't ever have to be young.
What?
They can be born as fully functioning adults.
Development report. Mice under control. Field rats under control by terriers. Tiger-like animals under control with searchlight and rifle. Additional complication. The original animal developed an appetite for electrical insulation. There is no protection except to keep the power on at all times. The last tiger-like animal was seen at L plus 130. After that, the attack ceased. By L plus 2 years, the animal seemed to have been controlled in all its forms. However, 3 months before the next colonists were due, a new animal was detected. Food was missing from the fields. Dogs were useless. The animal seemed to roam the fields, and the dogs did not attack. Patrols were unable to find the animal. Tape L plus 2 years. Hafner, Engineer Tully, and myself.
Now, here's the way I'm rigging it up, Mr. Hafner. Whatever it is, it spotted the photoelectric cell ray. So I've worked up an alarm that reacts to body radiation.
You're sure the animal won't spot that?
Well, I'm burying it in the field. Then we'll move the visible alarms to another field.
All right, Tully. As soon as the alarm goes off, notify Mr. Marin and me. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Just as soon as the alarm goes off.
L2 plus 15. Radiation alarm sounded. Place, field station, Hafner, and myself.
Look out where you're walking, Marin. We don't want to scare it away.
Well, there are dogs in that field, aren't there?
Well, there were supposed to be, but they didn't bark. Quiet.
There it is. See? It's in between the rows.
Look out. Look out. Give me a clear shot.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shoot.
Look, Marin, I'm the executive here. I say it's dangerous.
Dangerous? That's why you can't shoot. It's more dangerous than you know.
Quiet. It'll hear you.
We're downwind. Now, listen, Hafner. This is important.
I don't want any lecture now, Marin. I don't want to lose the shot.
You've got to listen. That animal could evolve mice. We stopped mice and it brought rats. We turned back the rat and provided the tiger.
All right, we stopped the tiger.
Not really. There was another animal being formed. The one that's in that field now. It took the animal 2 years to create it. How, I don't know. 1,000,000 years were required to evolve it on Earth.
He's moving away. Marin, I'm going to shoot.
Don't shoot. We can't destroy the animal. It's on the Earth now and on other planets. We've never even been able to get rid of our own rats. How can we exterminate this animal?
All the more reason to start now. Get down and give me a clear shot.
Listen. Are their rats better than ours? Will their beasts win or ours be stronger? Oh, the two make peace, unite, and interbreed. It's not impossible. This animal could do it if interbreeding had a high survival factor. Don't you see? After the tiger, they bred this thing. If we shoot it down, what will come next? Look at it, standing erect. Opposable thumbs, binocular vision, a large brain capacity. This one I think we can compete with. It's the one after this that I don't want to face.
Marin, it must hear us. It's looking this way.
Look at it, Hafner. He's holding his hands up to show us he's got no weapon. Drop your rifle.
Are you sure?
Drop your rifle. He's coming this way.
He's got one of those white blossoms in his hand.
Yes. Must be a sign of peace.
Wait. It looks almost like a man. I wonder what's inside that body.
I wonder what's inside that head.
You have just heard X-1 presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Verbal Agreement by Arthur Selling, the story of an unsuccessful poet who was forced to ask what it was the aliens could want that was half as precious as the skins they wouldn't sell. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Student Body, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by F.L. Wallace and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were John Raby, Bob Hastings, Kate Wilkinson, James Stevens, Charles Carruth, and Merrill E. Joel. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Bob Mauer and is an NBC Radio Network production.
No, it's like Geist. Condom.
Or face condom.
Yeah.
I know a couple of people that should wear face condoms. Like.
Routine? as the interview leads to a whole succession of astonishing events. The story is The Last Martian by Frederick Brown. Next week on X-1. The Fisher Body Awards to Teenagers will be made tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you our
worst coronavirus outbreaks. About 10,000 Bulgarians are in hospital with the virus. There have been no campaign rallies. The Prime Minister, Boyko Borisov, and his centre-right pro-EU party are hoping for a fourth term. A Supreme Court judge in Brazil has blocked local governments from banning religious services to help control the country's surging COVID pandemic. The judge said he had accepted a petition from evangelical lawyers to keep churches open, but they would have to reduce their occupancy to 25%. Police in Somalia say at least 6 people have been killed in a suicide attack on a tea shop in Mogadishu. Many more were wounded. Mummified remains of 22 ancient Egyptian.
Das einen Abstandsbier. Ja, sehr gut.
Yes.
Sehr gut. Schnell,
If I learned anything from Leo and his Portuguese on the weekend version of the shift, is the best part about that is when John Jang learns Portuguese, is that we have somebody who speaks Portuguese on that one. Okay, text message just arrived. Who wants to read it? Somebody else wants to read this one, I'm sure.
Okay, wait. Which one? Oh, that one from Ian?
I don't even have to tell you, do I? Yeah, that one. Who wants to read it? Any takers?
Try and do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Let me just find the German word so I can say it in German instead of English, because that's more fun. So, Geistkondom are to protect us from dickheads.
All right, Google Translate. I'm just going to see here. So apparently dickhead does translate directly according to Google.
Oh, yeah, in German.
It's a universal word.
Yeah, like it literally translates basically to moron.
Yeah.
Schwarzkopf. Schwarzkopf.
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Was that like dumb cough? Because I've been called a dumb cough before, but like in a funny, ironic way.
Have you back with us. Melissa, a word about your career. Was journalism something you wanted to do from a young age?
From a very young age. I thought it would be good to have a space and to put your voice through. So I'm really pleased I'm still in this profession almost 40 years later.
And that began in where? In Belgrade?
It began in Belgrade, where I was born, where I lived till our wars, and where I was a journalist on national television, primetime news bulletin, and which unfortunately I had to leave. First of all, I lost a job there for trying to fight together with my 1,300 colleagues to fight propaganda, which was introduced by then President Slobodan Milosevic before our Balkan wars. Then I had problem with the police. I was beaten by the police, arrested, and ended in hospital. And the day after that, I decided that I could probably do more for journalism, for my colleagues, for my friends, for my family, if I go somewhere else.
Which was London, and London now feels very much home, does it?
Very much home, very much a loved home, and I'm very pleased of being British, but I'm also very pleased of having my Balkan background.
We'll talk more about the work of the Media Diversity Institute a little bit later on in the programme. Mark, a word to you about your route to psychotherapy. How did that pan out?
It began from having been a priest in the Church of England, and I fell out with that for the reasons which people often fall out with religion these days, but also, as interestingly actually, many people also sense there was something to inner life that if it wasn't quite being caught by a lot of the religion on offer still really mattered. And so just going to a kind of scientific, rational world wasn't adequate either. And that led me to psychotherapy, which I think is one of the attempts in recent times to cultivate this side of life, the inner side of life.
And in that sense, because obviously you are talking to people who sometimes might be requiring guidance or help, but in that process, how much does that help you?
Yeah, well, you have to be on the journey yourself in order to help others. It's not that everyone's journey is the same at all, but there's something about having the sort of felt sense of what's going on within yourself that means that you can be more open and have a more direct awareness of what might be going on for someone else. And also, there's just the thing that if you've been on the journey too, then you have confidence and hope and faith, because clearly people who come to psychotherapy as well as other forms of mental health help don't have confidence, don't have faith that things can get better.
There's writing work, there's journalism work as well. How much time does that take up?
The combination's good because it's quite intense work, the psychotherapy work. So to sit back, look at things as it were from the outside in rather than just the inside out by writing works as well. And I hope that I try and convey something of the inner dynamics of things as well as the sort of the ups and downs of events, which is the normal approach.
We'll talk about one of your latest books a little bit later in the program as well.
More so than swearing.
Especially for all of our listeners in Stuttgart.
Yes, well, you never know. We do get listeners from. We got like from Bora Bora. I got an email the other day, and we got another one from Australia and New Zealand. I'm really surprised we have any listeners in New Zealand for how much we make fun of them in New Zealand, because Sir Christopher Gilbert tells us all the things that are wrong in New Zealand.
I think they just miss Chris. They just miss Chris.
It's possible. All right. Some other corona words that we have found in English, for example, things like, these are things that we use every day now. There's the self-isolating, pandemic, quarantine, lockdown. They've all come up to the top of the list, right? There's the COVIDio party. There's the COVEXit. Then there's just Rona, which used to stand for, hey man, let's go for some Ronas, which used to stand for Corona, which I don't know how they're going to recover from that marketing. Yeah, Zoom bombing has also come out. Right, remember people jumping on Zoom calls. Quarantines, your sort of teamwork on quarantining. Yeah, so there's been a whole bunch of really cool crowdsourcing has even become a much bigger word now because of everything and working from home. So all kinds of cool language that's changed here. The question is
they're telling people to keep their mask on when they're doing drugs together. I don't know.
Like, do they stick around?
And
do they stick around? Do we ever use them again? Is this one of those things where they sort of come out like a bad trend in music when people start using loose language? What was the word? Mask control?
Yes, or mask control. Mask control. Yeah, trottle.
Du bist ein Maskentrottel.
Good, that's good. Good.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition. Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition.
Be able to tell whether I was, hey, you're my English teacher. Yes, I am, Lord the pity. You give me an idea, Walter. Stretch Snodgrass could probably do a very good job on those instruments, but isn't Stretch a little behind in his work? Oh, I don't know. Just a few turns, maybe. He did a very good job of washing my windows last month. And even if he isn't a mental giant, at least he's industrious. And even if he isn't industrious, at least he's adjacent. That's Stretch taking a drink at the water fountain. Oh, good. I'll talk to him right now. You go on into class, Walter. You'll need a little time to set up your history notes. Thanks, Miss Brooks. I'll see you later. Well, good morning, Stretch. Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. You getting ready to smarten up while our little brain? Sort of sad. But you can have a little holiday from studying if you will do something else for me this morning. Sure, Miss Brooks. What is it that a job and trail? It entails cleaning up all the musical instruments, so the school band will make a nice shiny appearance this afternoon. Mr. Conklin wants the job done in a hurry.
You sure, Miss Brooks? I'd be happy to help out. I've been studying pretty hard lately anyway. My girlfriend, Susie Prentice, helped me with my homework last night. Boy, she's a whiz at English.
Yes, I know. She's the first person named Prentice I ever met who spelled her name with 3 S's.
Yeah, Susie's different, all right. She sure learned me plenty about our mother's tongue.
Well, that should come in very handy if you're going to open the delicatessen. But Stretch, if you'll take the instruments down to the basement for a good cleaning, I'll pick them up during lunch hour.
You better not waste the lunch hour, Miss Brooks. You see, between 12 and 1, I gotta take care of Mr. Fisher's pawn shop across the street so that he can go out and grab a bite. And you better come down right after your first class.
All right, Stretch. But what's this about the pawn shop? I thought you worked in your father's pet store.
Paunch! Dad, Pawn! He said I wasn't worth the money. That's a really old recording there.
What was he giving you?
80 cents a week. Anyway, he said until I could prove I could earn some money someplace else, I was on prohibition.
Prohibition?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I better get those instruments now.
You do that, and thank you, Andrew Volstead.
Well, here they are, Miss Brooks, all cleaned up.
Oh, let's see. Stretch. These drum heads are all warped and split. And look at this slide trombone. Doesn't even slide. And these trumpets are all rusty.
Rusty?
Stretch, how did you clean these instruments?
Well, the same way I clean the windows, Miss Brooks. Soap and water.
Soap and water?
Sure. I just dumped all them instruments in this big tub and scrubbed like mad.
Fucking
Here, feel the saxophone, Miss Brooks. It's good and dry, ain't it?
Dry, yes, but good it ain't.
Miss Brooks, Darling and Eve Arden will continue in just a moment, but first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. 2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dental histories. Makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which resist right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today.
Toe-to-toe. Toe-to-toe? Isn't that the way they say in France? Only in southern France. Toe-to-toe that barge, lift-to-lift that veil.
I need your advice about something. I am quite a predicament. It's about Stretch.
Stretch?
Yes, ma'am. When I first started to feel the way I felt about him when we first started dating, I thought it was just an infatuation.
An infatuation?
Yes, ma'am. But as the weeks went by, I was very surprised to see that he didn't begin to claw on me.
To claw on you?
Well, you see, I know that Stretch is a good athlete and all that, but it's mentally I'm worried about. Miss Brooks, what do you think of Stretch mentally?
Mentally, I think Stretch is a Lilliputian. Put another L in that word.
There's enough L's in Lilliputian now.
He did it.
You know, I'll never forget the first time we met. At first sound.
At first sound?
We were in a dark room. A bunch of us. Honestly, the first time I...
Yeah. Get it, yeah. You need to relax. Surface, I don't need no feedback. I'm trying to put my seat back. Don't worry about that other shit. You'll never get it back. Rise like a phoenix from the ashes, like they said I never do. The ones always talking never got a clue. Who the fuck am I? Nah. Who the fuck is you? Riding with my thugs. We just trying to get this money. You can put that on me. We keep the artillery. If they cross me, then it's R.I.P. It's for my real thugs. The ones that squeeze the thorn and bleed just to smell the rosebud. In the search of finer things, maybe God will notice me if I play. That's what it sound like when the pistol sing. Mama checking the obituaries, hoping she don't see me. She cry when they talk about the boy on TV. Wake up some mornings and I don't want a baby. They say the criminal or gangster is all you ever be. Like there's nothing positive in me. I am positive you're not getting rid of me, at least not that easily. I just wake up and crush the day. In the rush to get paid, tell the devil he can wait. I got people on the serve on the way. I just wake up and crush the day. In the rush to get paid, tell God to look away. Is everybody wanna see? Yeah. I just wake up and crush the day. I just wake up and crush the day. In the rush to get paid, tell the devil he can wait. I got people on the serve on the way. I just wake up and crush the day. In the rush to get paid, tell God to look away. This ain't what you wanna see. I just wake up and crush the day. Yeah. They say home is where the heart is, but back home I was living heartless. We all hard-headed, trying to prove whose head's the hardest. If thugging was an art, you could consider me an artiste. Most my friends grew up not knowing who their father is. Nothing in their fridge, you can see their ribs. Yep, this is how we live. Coming from a place that had nothing left to give, nothing left to take. There's nothing on the plate, but I'm dreaming of a steak. Everything at stake, I gamble with my life. Either 5 stars or behind bars. Lock the jaws, we holding on. Pump up, pass it on, cause I feel pain too. What I've been through ain't what you've been through, but I feel you, yeah, it's true. Everything outside your window waiting to kill you. You think you know, but you ain't got a clue. Hear me, young Sherlock. Ain't no such thing as a sure shot. It's a cold block, and I just want what you got. It's real talk. Don't make a scene, just give it up. It's how it is. Where the fuck I'm from? Where the fuck I'm from? Where the fuck I'm from? Yeah. I just wake up and crush the. In the rush to get paid, tell the devil he can wait. I got people on the serve on the way. Keep touching the cables if that's gonna fix it.
In the rush to get paid, tell God to look away. Somebody wanna see, yeah. I just wake up and crush the day. I just wake up and crush the day. In the rush to get paid, tell the devil he can wait. I got people on the serve on the way. I just wake up and crush the day. In the rush to get paid, tell God to look away. This ain't what you wanna see. I just wake up and crush the day. Yeah.
You tell us a little about yourself.
The details of my life are quite inconsequential.
Oh, no, please. Let's hear about your childhood.
I did that busted dream roll with that ambition. My whole childhood I've been on a mission. Reinvent the habits of the mission. Only takes me a second to throw a clip in. Flick shots and get the tip in. To be wise to listen. I'm just a crack dealer. Rolling in a cuss jack. Mr. Bab. Out to the gangs out on that shit. I'm just only too much with the way you were born that shit. See around here where you want, we have to. First we shoot you, then we stab you. In the room, cap the cop.
Fact is, we're not dealing with petty criminals or cheap thugs making a show of their brutality. They have an extreme commitment to their cause. They're willing to do anything, no matter how vicious another hand, if it's all the same. Anything to attain their ends.
I told the church I need to have it. For that money, that coin, I'm an addict. Still screaming, fuck you dead, homie. So I guess this life is more than just a habit. The day was a good day, but the night comes and watch darkness falls. Up the walls, they crawl. Demons and all, how is it that I'm always involved? My life is one big wrong, never to be solved. I'm walking at a pace to see it more like a crawl. But trust there ain't no time to pause. I pulled the weapon out and leave him dead just because. Bro, you cows, I keep it extra slug. I'm sick of over the paper city, fuck yourself, we roll. You'll be a pretty boy after we fuck
fuck your ass up. I hope the girls like Bollywood, stars and rest in peace tattoos. Don't worry, dog, you can have some too, and all your homeboys can have some too. What else can I do? You shooting at me, you shooting at you. It's never over till I say it's so. And even when I say it's over, trust me still, cause my intention's to kill. I let this verse speak the evidence to send me to jail. Life is precious and death is divine. They say those that search will eventually find. I think they up their fucking mind, cause I still ain't found mine. And yes, I guess I am a little greedy, taking more than I need from the needy. But believe me, if need be, I'll do what it takes to keep you safe. In critical condition, breathing from an oxygen tank. Ruthless, we'll rep central. A warrior, murderer shit, all over this instrumental. Life is simple, just follow the rules and you can't lose. But I still suggest you take the time to lace up those shoes.
Every day ain't no other way, slang beat the fucking gang, summer rain, pushing every day and night. We in the game, live the 50 way, where we sick and same ways, win the bag, where we ride. Right, we from a place where they get the faith, they get hit from strays and they drift away, be alright. In the guts with the hustle vein, ducking when the muscle ain't got the lane, where we ride. Got the lane, stuck and straight, pumping on the chain, ain't no other way, trying to find something with the pain, stuck up in the lane, struggling, we hustle for the face. Boy, slinging, getting something, we wanna play, slugging from the bag, but this place admit to be slang, we from a place where there's more eggs and it's the same.
Freemasons. I wanna love the memory cries every time I think this a lie. I wonder if I scream loud enough, could open up the sky. Give face of an angel, but it's all cocaine in an nasal. My life story will be told like a fabricated fable. My soul's up the operating table, set that Western cables. You need that good rate to keep this type of patience stable. I'm feeling chemically imbalanced, these silence while I speak. I'm paranoid, visually watching for police. I'm a drug dealer with every heartbeat, with every breath in my chest, devoted to the death. That's the sense, need to release some of the stress. And when there's nothing left, get the streets and what it takes to eat. That's my peak. When we hustle, we don't sleep. Shit, my dog been up all week. Lord, ask for me, see this beat. Tell me why it is the money I seek. I got to my sense of my skin just to show you what I mean. My whole world is from my greed, but the dead are only the people in this world that I have. My heart is empty. Up in the graveyard, laying next to God. I could hear his voice, but couldn't see him through the fog. He said that death would be easy, but life was always hard. So I guess I'll disregard what I've been through thus far. Woke up in the graveyard, laying next to God. I could hear his voice, but couldn't see him through the fog. He said that death would be easy, but life was always hard. So I guess I'll disregard.
That had the beans lined up. Did it good, and I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustle, you got that mind frame. Go and tell them I was raised in the neighborhood that had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustle, you got that mind frame. Go and tell them I was up on the side of town. If you ain't from round here, don't come around. We like the good fellas, all my niggas be good fellas. We see numbers like a bank teller. You gotta be smart, cause it's a hard game. Try to short up all your bluff like a card game. You know this game make for kiddies, man. All the girls that use the front wanna get your boy a kitty, man. It's the murder cat, let's kick your chest in. I love money, so the thieves be my best friend. Infatuated with the fast cars and nice clothes. You know I get that, you already know. And we don't like rats. In my neighborhood, we show you how to trap. In my neighborhood, we bring it all back. In my neighborhood, I'm from Central, nigga, that's my neighborhood. I was raised in the neighborhood that had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I'd do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustle, you got that mind frame. Go and tell them I was raised in the neighborhood that had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew repeat, I do the same thing. Cause I ride with hustle, we got that mind frame. Yo, go and tell them, man. Stay fresh to death, I'm dressing all black. No need for going out, cause they know I'm on the jack. I guess you can't help yourself, you gotta run your gap. You bet you can't run the trap like you doing that. And it's a real shame, you grew so damn lame. You could've had the chance to roll and make some real change. It's we in the game, talking waist deep. Central family to take you home while you suck and sleep. And all the killers, they waiting for you to cross the street. Yeah, this is real like that, we're living on this gangster beat. And I'm an underground king, and you can finally see it. Started out small time, but we finally made it. And this goes out to the beggar to be always hating. You couldn't keep a real nigga down cause I ain't faking. Started out with O's, now I'm in the kitchen baking. And then all night we ain't playing, we just taking. That had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I do the same thing. Cause I'm ride with hustle, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them I ain't raised in the neighborhood. That had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I do the same thing. Cause I'm ride with hustle, we got that mind frame. Go and tell them I ain't kid. It's been a long time coming. You were down the gun and straight drunk running. You always young thug and straight up and coming like a young kid getting on the girls loving it. I feel you out, so know we got the streets rock. You can be the one to show your boy how to make it rock. It don't make sense, so I'm still thugging. So we the best, then a nigga love it. Money, power, respect, that's what the streets call us. But we the ones who got the power when they bustin' on us. Little homie next to line, he don't wanna rush. Now we getting money, and it's just never enough. And you know we can't, we love that blood money. I keep from nothing, so I'm always thinking love money. And it's a good look, now my pockets locked up. I do it for my niggas and my homies locked up. Raised in the neighborhood, that had the beans lined up to get it good. And I knew one day I do the same thing.
Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful,
Luster Cream Girl.
Luster Cream Shampoo.
Whatever.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, the explosion during Mr. Conklin's solo was nothing compared to the one after the mayor had passed by. The three of us, Mr. Conklin, myself, and the tuba, had just entered his office.
I hold you completely responsible for this disgraceful exhibition, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Conklin, honestly,
the culprit who set off that giant firecracker when I began to play the tuba must be apprehended and punished.
But, sir, there was no culprit. You did it yourself.
Oh, I did. And how, may I ask, did I accomplish this miracle? By pressing this little valve here?
No, sir, not that one.
Then was it this one here?
No, sir, not that one.
Oh, then it must have been this one.
Yes, sir, that's the one.
Next week, we'll our show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo.
With 24/7 service, CEE Elevator has offered the best customer service in the business for over 40 years now. Get a free quote at 905-428-8300 or visit ceeelevator.com.
This is Global News. I'm Toby Kerr. More than 1 million people in Canada have now tested positive for COVID-19. British Columbia reporting a record 1,072 cases in the last day to reach the mark. The coast-to-coast-to-coast case count is around 1,150,000. The numbers have been on the rise in several provinces, prompting new public health restrictions. The Ontario government has implemented a province-wide shutdown where orders are to close gyms, suspend all in-person dining, and tighten capacity limits on both essential and non-essential retailers. Similar measures are being taken in BC and Quebec. Healthcare professionals across Canada are telling people to get the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine if it's offered to them. Canada's Chief Deputy Public Health Officer says he wouldn't hesitate to roll up his sleeve for the shot. That's despite reports of some rare blood clots in people under the age of 55. Dr. Howard News says the advantages of the AstraZeneca vaccine far outweigh the risks. The National Advisory Committee on Immunization has changed its age recommendation to the vaccine 3 times for AstraZeneca. Health Canada is out with a recall on disposable masks containing a material made of tiny particles that could pose a danger if inhaled. People are being told not to wear masks with graphene or biomass graphene. A preliminary assessment suggests the particles cause early lung toxicity in animals, though the risk to humans aren't yet known. Health Canada says it has requested data from mask manufacturers to assess the potential health risks. It has directed distributors, importers, and manufacturers to stop selling them for now. 7 Vancouver Canucks have been added to the NHL's COVID protocol list, bringing the team's total to 14. That's in addition to a taxi squad player and 3 members of the coaching staff testing positive, and other players considered a close contact, at least one other. Now, Vancouver has already had 4 games postponed. As of now, the team cannot practice before April 6th, though that layoff will likely be much longer. It's an unprecedented outbreak in the National Hockey League, which is reportedly considering whether to make up the missed games at the end of the year or cancel some, if not all, that remain altogether. Even though Vancouver is well out of the playoff race, the outbreak could have major implications on the schedules of the North Division's Stanley Cup contenders. In the States, Florida has evacuation orders in place just north of Bradenton after a leak was discovered in an industrial wastewater reservoir. Manatee County Administrator Scott Hope says a breach could spread water containing phosphorus and nitrogen through the area and into waterways.
We're talking about the potential of about 600 million gallons within a matter of seconds and minutes leaving that retention pool.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared an emergency for the area. Old personal data is raising new questions for millions of Facebook users.
Details from more than 500 million Facebook users have been found available on a website for hackers. The information appears to be several years old. The story was first reported by Business Insider. It says the information was from 106 countries, including phone numbers, Facebook IDs, full names, locations.
North Division that had the Montreal Canadiens falling to the Ottawa Senators 6-3. The other matchup, which would have been Edmonton and Vancouver, of course, canceled due to the outbreak. And March Madness certainly living up to its name. Just a couple of hours ago, UCLA came oh so close to continuing their Cinderella story. They fall to Gonzaga 93-90 in overtime on a dramatic deep 3 from Jalen Suggs. From the Global News Desk, I'm Toby Kerr.
A dramatic.
It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt, the weekend edition. Time to kick back and listen to
reruns, right?
Lawyers to keep the churches open, but they would have to reduce their occupancy to 25%. Mr. Nunes was recently nominated to sit on the Supreme Court by President Jair Bolsonaro.
Early. Dubai could be new for us. I want to welcome to The Shift Danae Mercer. Hey, Danae.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on short notice and being here with us live on The Shift. I'll give a little backstory of how I was introduced to Danae. A couple of friends of mine, Dr. Jody Carrington and a couple of others, followed Danae on Instagram and on Twitter. And you know how people, they like things, they share things. Well, that's how I was introduced to you, Danae, and your stand, I guess. So we haven't had a chance to sort of pre-roll this, which is really kind of exciting to me because I get to hear from you, just off the cuff here, your stand that you take for women and the internet and revealing what goes on behind the photos authentically is kind of where you stand. So can you help us understand what you're up to?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a professional health journalist. That's my background. And on my social media, I talk a lot about kind of the posing, the angles, the lighting, the technology, all the sort of tricks that go into photography, especially with what we see on social media. And then I also talk about mental health, eating disorder.
Shit, we could have got the CRI news.
Move every year or two. 怎能就让这不停燃烧的心？这房子都是在中国来说，这个真的是第一个大事。
In order to return to compliance with that agreement, and that's the news, Jovan.
So something important I have to check for next hour, and I missed it.
I simply dream that in the very near future, every renter like me can breathe freely in their place.
The Beijing Hour. The Beijing Hour. The Beijing Hour brings you an hour of comprehensive news and information from both China and the rest of the world. A mix of news.
First.
That's exciting.
Oh, it was so romantic, standing there in the moonlight with our fixed.
Today, provide you with in-depth news.
Oh, I know what's happening.
Turn the news story into figure. Bring you the news you want to know.
Everything's fucking up
today. Capturing images of people across China, exploring its ever-changing lifestyles, and feeling the heartbeat of its villages, towns, and cities. This is Selfie. Giving you real-life stories in China.
Get ready to wish your younger brother happy birthday. Happy birthday, son.
Why don't you get in a hint once in a while?
Why, I'm surprised at you, Mrs. Davis. You ought to know I'm not that sort of a person. I was thinking of the poor souls who resort to trickery to get their men just last evening.
When, Connie?
Right after I steered Mr. Boynton into a Chinese restaurant, ordered a bowl of rice, and slipped the waiter a quarter to throw it at us.
I know you're joking, Connie, but believe me, a little mental suggestion wouldn't hurt.
That's Walter Denton. I'd better get my hat and coat. Be right with you, Walter. Will you get that phone, please, Mrs. Davis? I can't seem to find my hat.
Certainly, dear. Hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Boynton.
Oh, thanks, just the same, dear, but this is Mrs. Davis. Connie is rushing to get out of the house, but I'll call her.
Oh, don't disturb her, Mrs. Davis. I just wanted to tell her about the call I received from Dean Faraday of State U.
She told me something about your expectations, Mr. Boynton, and I'm certainly thrilled over the news. We both are.
Oh, thank you. So am I. I'd do anything to get that position, Mrs. Davis. As a matter of fact, I had to resort to a bit of deception when I spoke to the dean a few minutes ago.
Deception?
Well, I live alone, as you know, and the dean made it quite clear to me that the board favors family men on their faculty. So I had to tell a little fib.
What did you say, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I told him I am a family man. I said I live with Mrs. Boynton.
Mrs. Boynton?
Yes, my mother. Of course, Mom actually lives upstate with Dad, but, well, I figured a little white lie like that couldn't do much harm.
Oh, of course it can't, Mr. Boynton. I'll explain it all to Connie, and she'll see what school later on.
Oh, fine, Mrs. Davis. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Be right with you, Walter. Well, Mrs. Davis, I'm off.
Oh, before you go, Connie, that was Mr. Boynton on the phone just now. He said he had to play a little trick on the dean when he called, because the dean prefers family men to bachelors.
What kind of a trick?
Mr. Boynton told him he lived with Mrs. Boynton.
Mrs. Boynton? But how could he say... Coming, Walter!
Oh, but Connie, I haven't told you about...
Mr. Boynton, if I don't get down to Walter's car, one of them will blow a gasket. So you see, Walter, Mr. Boynton may soon be going to State University to teach.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, all the way to State U? Boy, that's over 20 blocks from Madison High.
Well, I don't think they'd move it any closer, Walter. Besides, he hasn't got the professorship yet. Although from what Mrs. Davis said, he's certainly anxious to get it. He even told the dean he was a family man. Said he lives with Mrs. Boynton.
His wife?
Naturally.
Boy, if Mr. Boynton told anybody he's married, he must really want that job. According to my dad, faking your marital status is a pretty dangerous thing to do, though. He got into a jam once just by saying he was single.
Oh?
He said it to my mother. Yeah, 4 weeks later, they were married.
Serves him right.
Yeah, he got pretty sore at her for making him fall so head over heels in love when he couldn't really afford marriage. You see, at that time, he wasn't making any more money than you make as a school teacher.
Unemployed, eh? But, Walter, please don't mention this opportunity Mr. Boynton has until the deal is consummated. You know, Mr. Conklin might make things a bit unpleasant if he heard he was losing one of his best teachers.
Oh, I won't breathe a word of it to a soul, Miss Brooks. Of course, I'll have to tell Harriet.
Harriet Conklin? Walter, I know you're very fond of her, but she's the last person in the world to be entrusted with confidential information. She doesn't mean any harm, I'm sure, but, well, her class just named her Miss Town Crier of 1950. Or to put it another way, everything you tell Harriet goes in one ear and out her father's.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Did Walter bring you down today?
Yes, Harriet, he did. He's out finding a place to park.
Oh, well, you know my girlfriend, Winona Sims. Her folks are back together again this morning. Last night they had an awful spat and her dad checked into his club. Well, I've been dying to see Walter to tell him the news.
Well, I
already told it to Trippz, Snodgrass, and Chester Burke and Dottie Guernsey in case they see Walter first. But if you happen to see Winona, please don't tell her I told you, Miss Brooks.
Why not?
It's a secret.
Now, that's what I call a secret with a high Hooper rating. Don't worry, Harriet, my lips are sealed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to stop in the lab and see Mr. Boynton before my class.
All right, Miss Brooks. See you in a little while.
Awkward. I'm trying to shut my mouth.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. I'm glad you stopped by. Did Mrs. Davis say anything about the...
About your telling the dean you're living with Mrs. Boynton? Yes, I know everything, Mr. Boynton.
Well, not quite everything, Miss Brooks. You see, Dr. Faraday called me back after I spoke with Mrs. Davis, and he said he wants to meet Mrs. Boynton. He's coming to my apartment after school today. Now I'm really in the spot.
Not if you carry your original deception a step farther and produce Mrs. Boynton for the dean.
Produce her?
I am now applying for the job.
Really, you're not serious, Miss Brooks.
About you? I mean, I know how much this new position means to you, Mr. Boynton, and I'd like to help you out. Besides, what's wrong with me being Mrs. Boynton?
You? That's ridiculous.
Thanks a million. What's ridiculous about it?
Well, you don't look the part. Dr. Faraday would expect to meet a much more, mature woman. Someone not only older in years, but more settled.
I'll settle.
No, thanks just the same, but wait a minute. Maybe makeup would do the trick.
Makeup?
Powder and stuff.
Sure.
A few streaks of white in your hair make you look real stately, and then I could tell the dean you're considerably older than you look.
Well, let's not rush into senility, Mr. Boynton. Well, we can discuss the details after school.
Fine. And, Miss Brooks, I'd like to say that I think it's wonderful of you to get in there and pitch for me this way.
I've been pitching for a long time, Mr. Boynton. You just haven't been catching. I'd better get over to my room now. Goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Goodbye, Mrs. Boynton.
Mrs. Boynton.
Shall I walk you over to your class?
Don't bother. I'll hop the first cloud heading east. Toodle.
What?
Oh, sorry, Miss Brooks. Harriet.
I just happened to be near the store tying my shoelace.
I see. Is that how you caught your earlobe in the keyhole?
Don't worry, Miss Brooks. All I overheard was...
Harriet, I don't like the tone of your... What did you hear?
It's a secret, Miss Brooks. See you in class.
Oh, great.
Oh, I thought I heard you talking, Miss Brooks. Or was there someone out here with you?
Only the house detective. Harriet Conklin. That's what delayed me.
Well, I'm glad. I wanted to catch you.
Oh, well, here I am. Catch.
But I just thought of something, Miss Brooks. If you're to convince the dean that you're Mrs. Boynton, we'd better get your wedding ring. Now, I'll just measure your finger with this piece of string and get over to Miner's jewelry store after school.
Oh, don't spend too much on a ring, Mr. Boynton, after all.
Miner's a pretty good friend of mine. I'm sure he'll lend me the ring for just one day. You won't back out, will you, Miss Brooks?
Of course not. I'll play Mrs. Boynton to the hilt, even though it will be rather a grueling job.
What do you mean, grueling? It's only for one day.
That's what I mean. I love the position, but the hours are so short.
Just a leader, not only for women, but I think for men, because men consume these images.
Well, I'm over here nodding as you were saying how powerful it can be to realize that you're not the only one. I think with so much that we deal with, whether it is, like you're saying, heartbreak or struggle or, gosh, failure, like I fail all the time. And there's something in the way our society is, and it says we need to hide that. And for disordered eating, for body image, for eating disorders, hiding it really escalates things. Like that is where things go bad, because there's a lot of shame and it becomes isolating. And so you turn to coping mechanisms and it gets really dangerous. So I think there's such strength in talking about these things, even if it's scary, but in just saying like, hey, I'm feeling this. Are you feeling this too? And that, I would say that's what I found. That's why, I guess that's why the community exists today is because there's so many women and girls, moms, and yes, even I have dads, I have fathers, I have men, boyfriends who have dealt with these things, but have felt almost like they were the only ones dealing with it. And so for them, as it is for me, like the moment you have someone say, hey, I'm struggling with that too, you're like,
during the morning classes by the thought that I was to be Mrs. Boynton that very afternoon. I refused to dwell on the fact that by midnight I'd feel like queen for a day. And I just finished my lunch when Harriet Conklin joined me in the cafeteria and told me her father wanted to see me. It was obvious when I got to the principal's office that Mr. Conklin had received some kind of a report on my conversation in Mr. Boynton's lab, because he was much too jovial.
Miss Brooks, sit down.
This guy's got a horrible
Thanks.
Well, what's new with you? How's every little thing?
That's why he's not really in
Just
charge.
dandy in a tiny sort of way.
Yeah?
Mr. Boynton is cooking it up in the science
something
class.
in the air. Don't you agree?
It is getting a bit nippy out.
Walter's
Might
always
even
driving
freeze
her
up
around.
tonight. The radio advised
All
the
his
citrus
friends out
growers
there
to
chipping
flood.
I didn't ask you in here for a frost warning, Miss Brooks. I see something in your face that's never been there before. Your eyes are glowing, your cheeks are flushed. Tell me, what's the cause of it?
They had chili con carne in the cafeteria. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'd better... Well, there's the start of the next period. I'd better be running along now.
Very well, Miss Brooks. And thank you for a most delightfully cryptic few moments.
Good day. Oh, sorry, Miss Brooks. Didn't you get that shoe tied yet? Never mind, Harriet. I'll see you in class later on.
Okay, Miss Brooks. Well, Daddy, did Miss Brooks let the cat out of the bag?
He didn't let an undernourished mouse out of the bag. But I'd swear there's something else.
Well, of course there is. I told him he called her Mrs. Boynton this morning. And I also heard him say they were meeting a doctor something or other in his apartment this afternoon.
A doctor, eh? Must be a minister. They're getting married this afternoon. Well, it's been some time coming. But this has been a very modest and sensible courtship between these two teachers. Kindness, consideration, and courtesy have all played their part. And now, at long last, she's nailed him.
Isn't it wonderful? And just think, Daddy, now that she's getting married, Miss Brooks can do what she always said she'd do. Quit her job and raise a family.
Ah, yes, motherhood. What greater boon to the American home than the pitter-patter of little... Quit her job!
He's flipping out because he's not sure he's going to get his
you
math.
realize how difficult it is to secure a competent teacher in the middle of a school year?
Well, sure, Daddy. But there's nothing anybody can do about
This
it.
teacher's smoking clothes,
You can't interfere with Dan Cupid.
I can't, eh? But if Dan Cupid thinks he's going to rob me of an English teacher, I'll beat the bare little brute until he drops his quiver.
So if you'll go on ahead to my apartment, Miss Brooks, I'll pick up the wedding ring at Miner's store. You see, Dr. Faraday said he'd meet me right after school, and I wouldn't want him to wait out in the hall.
All right, Mr. Boynton, but what do I do with my hands until you come back and slip me the ring?
Well, couldn't you sort of fold them?
They'll be folded all right. I'll be praying.
I'm sure it'll work, Miss Brooks. Just put plenty of powder in your hair and assume a dignified attitude. Now we better be going.
All right, I'll do it, Mr. Boynton. Why Mrs. Boynton has to be an octogenarian, I'll never know. Oh, well, see you in a little while, Mr. Boynton.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's a relief. Even if I am a few minutes late, at least my mother will be there to greet Dr. Faraday.
Uh-oh. Here it comes, Connie. Be right there.
It's going to be horrible.
I wish I knew more about the layout of this apartment. The front door must be one of these. Come in, Doctor. We've been... Oh, it's a closet. Welcome, Dr. Faraday, to our little nest.
Thank you, my dear. You, of course, would be Mrs. Boynton.
I sure would. That is, I am Mrs. Boynton. May I help you off with your coat, sir?
Well, thank you. Well, this certainly is a lovely apartment you folks have here. Now, how long have you been living in it?
About 3 years. Now, I'll just hang up your coat and we can have a nice chat until Philip comes home. He'll just be a few minutes.
Forgive my mentioning it, Mrs. Boynton, but you're hanging my coat in the bathroom.
Oh, sorry. Since we had the apartment done over, I get rather confused. Here we are.
This is the kitchen.
Isn't it cute? While I'm here, suppose I make some lemonade for us.
Yeah, but what about my coat?
Better take it with you. This apartment's pretty drafty. Why don't you just make yourself comfortable in the living room if you run across it? I'll get some lemons out of the pantry, Dr. Faraday.
Very well, Mrs. Boynton. I'll go into the living room. Somebody at the front door. Shall I answer it? Shall I answer it? I guess Mother Boynton is busy. Well?
I locked myself out.
Let's postpone the lemonade, shall we? Why don't we just sit in the living room and have a little talk?
You lead and I shall follow.
Here we are. You'll take this rocker, I presume?
I wouldn't be without it. You sit here on the sofa, Doctor.
Fine. You know, Mrs. Boynton, when I first made known my need for a biology professor at State U, Philip Boynton was most highly recommended by our board of directors. You can be very proud of him indeed.
Oh, I am. I've been proud of Philip ever since the day we met.
The day you met?
I'll never forget it. It was on a bus. Yes, he got up and gave me his seat.
He gave you his...
He was getting off at the next block anyway. You see, he was going to visit his father, who happened to be in the hospital at the time.
His father was in the hospital? I know things were different in those days, but I don't recall them as being that different.
The next time I saw Philip was 2 weeks later. He'd just been made a lieutenant in the Air Corps. He looked so cute. Of course, some of the enlisted men said he wasn't dry behind the ears yet.
They might have had something there. Mrs. Boynton, I'm happy to see you've got such a keen sense of humor. In times like these...
Well, hello, Dr. Faraday.
Oh, hello, Boynton.
Philip, darling, let me take your hat.
No, don't you move, dear. Just stay right there on your rocker.
Oh, such devotion. You know, I like that in a man, Boynton. I like the way you look at her.
Oh, she's still my sweetheart.
She's a fine woman.
She's the salt of the earth.
The cream of the crop.
She's all wool and a yard wide.
Only from... Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll go fix some lemonade.
Oh, certainly, dear. That'd be very nice.
Well, Mr. Boynton, your mother and I have been getting along famously.
Oh, she's a great old gal.
Yes, indeed. Sit down, my boy. I'd like to ask you a few questions before I make my final recommendation for your appointment to state use. Now, for instance, do you have any plans for leaving your present state of bachelorhood?
Well, not immediately, sir. You know how it is with school teachers. They mostly meet other school teachers, and, well, we just can't afford each other. But someday, when I've advanced a bit in salary, I do hope to get married.
Well, sounds like you've already selected a candidate. Tell me about her, son.
Well, we met on a bus.
Huh?
Yes, sir. I got up and gave her my seat. I was getting off at the next block anyway. You see, my father was in the hospital at the time.
You know, this sounds very familiar.
Here we are, fresh lemonade coming up. One for you, Doctor, and here's your glass, Philip.
Oh, thank you. Nobody makes better lemonade than you do.
It is good. You know, Mrs. Boynton, I simply can't get over your youthful appearance.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not being presumptuous, I trust, but would you mind telling me how old you were when Philip came into the world?
Well, as a matter of fact, he came in before I did. Something wrong with your lemonade, Philip?
It's too sweet. Would you please come into the kitchen with me for a moment?
Surely, but...
Please excuse us, Dr. Faraday. We'll be right back.
Yeah, of course.
Miss Brooks, this is no time for kidding. You've got to act much older in front of her, being 10 or 20 years older.
But, Mr. Boynton, that would make me old enough to be your mother.
Of course, he thinks you are my mother. Now, here's the ring and...
How does that go again? I thought I was supposed to be Mrs. Boynton, your wife.
My wife? That's ridiculous. Well, I explained it all to Mrs. Davis on the phone.
I don't care what you explained. My father didn't raise his daughter to be your mother.
Miss Brooks, you wouldn't want to wreck my chances for a professorship now, would you?
No, Mr. Boynton, I wouldn't. But I'm going to make as hasty and gracious an exit as I possibly can. Oh, Dr. Faraday, I just remembered a rather pressing engagement. Will you excuse me?
Oh, certainly, my dear. I hope we'll meet soon again.
Thank you. Goodbye, Philip.
Bye.
Oh, come now. Don't be embarrassed in front of me. Go ahead. Kiss her goodbye.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
You heard what the man said. Come on over here and kiss your dear old ever-loving mammy this minute.
Oh, wait a minute, Ma. Shucks, I really shouldn't. Well, gee, Ma, I don't want to.
Come here, baby. Junior. From now on, I buy your clothes in the men's department. Well, goodbye again.
Goodbye, Mrs. Boynton, and may I say it's been very pleasant indeed.
You're not just rattling your sheepskin, Dean.
Somebody heard all this and said, yeah, run it.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first, Dream Girl.
This is where Luster Cream soap fell off.
Beautiful Luster Cream.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo.
Is that
palm olive facial.
That's I've given a lot of it away too, which is probably something I would not necessarily have done before. I would have, waited to have a garage sale and saved it all for that and try to make a couple of bucks or whatever. Or taken it and dropped it off at a donation bin. But at the same time, now it's basically, I've got that. Let me help you. I just give it to somebody. And I think that's pretty great. That's great for me anyway. So what have you done? I went on a diet and have lost 100 pounds. Hey, Henry. Well done. Let's go to Yvonne in London. Hello, Yvonne. You've been working on your bod too, hey?
Yeah, I didn't lose 100 pounds, but I lost 50.
Well, let's keep in mind that some of us, where we start and where we finish is different for every human. So, losing 10 pounds for one person can be extremely difficult depending on where they're at, right? So what inspired you to lose 50 pounds? First of all, congratulations. That's remarkable work. What inspired you to lose 50 pounds?
Well, I mean, I was overweight, so I needed to, and I have diabetes, so that's another I need to. So, yeah.
Has the diabetes become more manageable now with shedding the 50 pounds?
Yeah, it's my diabetes has been fairly manageable anyway. But you don't want to carry around too much weight when you're, especially if you're diabetic.
What's the biggest benefit that you noticed today?
All I need is a letter from her after giving me permission to swap food out of her hands and steal it.
I get to wear some of my skinny clothes that I've been hoping to fit in for like 20 years.
Normally, no, but in this case, I'm forced to admit, albeit grudgingly, that she would be very hard to replace.
Too much, I'll get slower. She'll catch me.
I told you didn't have enough makeup on, dearie.
Miss Brooks, please. Miss Brooks, I don't know quite what's going on here, but I am convinced of one thing. State University will have to look further for a new biology professor.
But Dr. Faraday...
I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. Good day. Well, I know I put my foot into something, but I wish someone would tell me what it was.
Oh, it doesn't matter now, Mr. Conklin. The dean would have discovered the truth sooner or later.
Dean? You mean that man was Dean Faraday of State University?
Certainly.
But I must have sounded like a blithering idiot.
It's been a long time since I heard a better blither.
I'd better catch up to him and explain. Then I'll come back here and you can explain. I'll talk to you later on, Boynton.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, forget it, Miss Brooks. It was wonderful of you to even try to act as my mother. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, that's easy, Mr. Boynton. Oh. Climb upon my knees, sonny boy.
Next week, coming to another Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo. Soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by...
I eat everything I like, but I just don't eat near enough or near as much. If I go out, I always bring containers with me to take home the majority of my food because I'm not going to eat what they put on a plate because I can't eat that much anymore.
Wow, that's amazing. I never thought of that. And I'm like that too. When it's one of my favorites and it tastes so good, I'm like, get it in my mouth, right? Yep. Like I can't, it's so good.
Yeah, I use a really small dessert fork. It's really tiny. And it means I'm eating small little bites at a time. And so I might, instead of eating one big bite, I'm eating that bite in 5 bites. And that means that I've had 5 bites. And the more bites you take, the more full you get.
Have you noticed like smaller dishes helps too?
Be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. If you enjoyed this program, you'll also enjoy Teacher's Pet, a feature story on Eve Arden and Our Miss Brooks in the February issue of Liberty Magazine, now on the newsstand. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Night and call me without fail, and we talk. And suddenly, standing in that COVID ward, listening to the firecrackers going off outside and looking at the people around me dying, I realized my granddad would never call me again. And it's a moment I'll never forget for as long as I live.
But the crosses on the Old Town Square are also a political statement, a protest by a group called A Million Moments for Democracy, which is opposed to the government of Andrej Babiš. Benjamin Roll is its chairman.
The important thing is that the government is really responsible, and that's a fact. And Prime Minister said it before, so it's something we want to say out loud, and we want to connect it with the memorial and the place for mourn for people. And I think it's really important thing, and I'm really glad that it happened like it happened.
Mr. Babiš and his ministers admit there have been mistakes in the past year, but point to a more optimistic few months ahead as the vaccination effort is stepped up. However, with 6 months to go before elections, the Prime Minister is clearly on the defensive.
Some people write to me complaining that the government doesn't understand how complicated ordinary life has become with these endless restrictions and closures, that the government doesn't understand what you're going through, that we're complicating your family relationships. I want to tell you, it's not like that. We do understand. We're sorry. We're parents ourselves, and our kids have been home for a long time too.
There is now a slight improvement in the country's hospitals, the key indicator for deciding COVID policy. But progress is slow and precarious. The government has warned that if people defy the restrictions and mingle this Easter weekend, and there are police controls stopping people from leaving their districts, then all that hard-won progress, and with it the prospect of the schools reopening, could be undone.
Rob Cameron in Prague. Well, from the Czech Republic, we cross to the other side of the world, to Papua New Guinea. And this country of 10 million people in the Pacific has seen a surge of coronavirus cases since January this year, despite keeping infections low throughout 2020. On Wednesday, Papua New Guinea recorded just over 6,000 cases and 60 deaths. But experts say this vastly underestimates the extent of the pandemic there, as the country doesn't carry out mass testing of its population. So far, Australia has donated 8,000 vaccine doses to Papua New Guinea, and more are expected from India, China, and the COVAX initiative to help poorer countries over the next few months. Glenn Moeller is head of obstetrics and gynecology at Port Moresby General Hospital in the country's capital. He told Weekend he was worried his hospital may have to shut because so many staff are becoming infected with COVID-19.
At the moment, we've got about 20% of our nurses and doctors isolating at home because they've become COVID positive. Now, it just remains to be seen how long we can keep the service of the hospital going with whatever percentage of staff available to work. I mean, if we went down to 50%, could we still keep going? I doubt it, actually. It's possible that if we're 20% down now, we could get down to lower levels of staffing so that the hospital service would have to close.
And he said the country's vaccination program would be vital to prevent his hospital closing.
The thing we have to do to avert it is to vaccinate our health workers. And there are so many people working against us on that one. People who believe all these conspiracy theories, vaccines being dangerous, and who are spreading these rumors in the community. And many of our doctors, I think something like 80% of doctors have put up their hand to receive the vaccine at the moment, but only about 30 or 40% of the nurses.
Well, on the line is Powers Parkup, who's governor of the capital city, Port Moresby, and also a member of Papua New Guinea's parliament. Welcome to the programme. Good morning from London.
Good morning, Julian.
I wanted to ask you first about your country's record over the last year, because you did pretty well in 2020, it would seem, but then things went wrong from January this year onwards. Why did that change happen, do you think?
Perhaps we got a bit too comfortable. We got complacent and we relaxed, thinking that maybe it is over and maybe we won't be infected by this virus. So we reduce our, protocols and so on. So I think we are paying the price for that.
And that price might be a hospital having to shut down if Glenn Moeller's comments a moment ago turn out to be true.
Yes, absolutely. We have the frontline health workers there at risk. As Dr. Moeller says, about 20% of the workforce at our premier hospital here in Port Moresby, our capital, got infected. That's roughly about 200 and so staff, and
it has a lot of impact on the capacity of the hospital to continue providing the service to the standard that it can. But with the support from the Australian government, with the 8,000 dosage of the vaccine, we hope to get the frontline health workers covered so we can maintain the capacity that we have, which is not a lot compared to the rate of infection.
No, indeed. I mean, I was struck by the figures that Glenn Moeller mentioned a moment ago. And 8,000 vaccines, yes, 8,000 doses of vaccine, but clearly for the wider population, you need far more than that. Is there any sign of those coming?
I think the government has, been slow in approving the vaccine, but now that we've approved some of the vaccine, I hope and I think the government has made commitment that maybe this month we will have some vaccine, I think, from India especially, but from China as well, the Chinese vaccine, if it can come soon, would really help us. But otherwise, we have to come up with a, own strategy here in Papua New Guinea.
What about testing? Because I mentioned that the country doesn't carry out mass testing of the population, and therefore there is a fear that the figures at the moment might be an underestimate of where you really are. Why can't testing go on?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have adequate testing capacity. Even here in our capital city, we don't have enough testing capacity, and the turnover time in terms of the result is still like about 72 hours at the most. We're bringing it out to 48 hours. So, that's improving all the time. But, if we could have the rapid diagnostic testing, improve in terms of its reliability, which is still an issue, then that would really help us. But at this time, we don't have adequate testing capacity. So in terms of the actual infection rate, it could be any number. But so far, the national figures that's at 6,857. Within the last 24 hours, 257 positive confirmed cases. Up to now, we have 61 deaths.
A word finally about people's attitude to the vaccine, because again, Dr. Moeller mentioned skepticism, people doubtful, people worried it's not safe. How do you convince people that having the vaccination is the right thing to do?
It's a big problem because all the, conspiracy theories and the skeptics and, the superstitious people have gone into the minds of our people and, really making it hard for us to convince them. But what has happened is the Prime Minister and some of us members of Parliament, we've taken the lead. We have chosen to show and rely on, reliable scientific advice than succumb to all these, conspiracy theories and superstition. So it's not easy for us because, the fatality rate is low at 61. Or people don't see it, they don't feel it. Of course, they can see people are getting infected, but they think it's just like any other virus or pneumonia, or it's not for real. So it's a big challenge for us here in PNG.
Thank you so much for coming on the programme. Howes Parkov, who's the governor of the capital of Papua New Guinea, Port Moresby. Mark Boner, just an indication in the last 10 minutes, we go to Prague, then we go to Port Moresby, that there are so few parts of the world untouched like this.
That's true. And the other thing that it makes me think about is something that's quite recognised in psychology, which is called the body boundary. And it's the idea that when we feel something is literally getting under our skin, there's a natural huge resistance to that. And I was just wondering whether we're seeing that on a sort of global scale with the resistance to vaccines, such as it is, because it's not true everywhere and for all people. But when that does come up, there is something, a kind of natural desire to push away that which we feel is breaking this body boundary. And we're seeing it, people confronting that on a global scale.
Born out of fatigue and frustration to an extent, you think?
Yeah, and also, the sense, in some ways it's hard to take in that this is a global phenomenon that's spread around the world in weeks. We're in one way we're used to technology linking us all up now, but in another way we're not. I had the coronavirus earlier last year, mildly, I'm glad to say, but there was something very odd about the feeling that this virus, which had sprung up on one side of the world, was now inside you. And there is something that's hard to take in about all that.
One of the messages, Melissa, which of course has been regularly aired in the context of what we've just been talking about, is that we are all in this together, and that means we as in the whole world. Have you ever bought into that narrative?
No, I haven't. I think the pandemic actually has shown that we are not all in it together. Minorities, vulnerable groups, women, poor children have been much more affected by the COVID across the world than, majority, the rich people and white people. So there is a difference. But I would add to what Mark said, the role of media in all this. Apart from the governments, which many, particularly if I'm talking about my two countries, Britain and Serbia, they did not prepare well. They did not trust, what was coming. And then the media. In case of Serbia, as you know, Serbia is now the world leader in the number of vaccines they have. They offer for free vaccines to everyone, foreigners, neighbors, just go there for free, because people in Serbia do not believe the government and the media there that, the COVID is real or that vaccine can help. So I would say, we have to watch the government and how they have been dealing with this, and Media Diversity Institute now working with 15 universities across the world to assess how the government in 16 countries really provided information to the public, and where was the problem, so that we can learn, because as we all now know, it's not if, but when the new pandemic will come.
Yes, that will be interesting work. You're listening to the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Warwick with Weekend. A reminder of our main news: the half-brother of King Abdullah of Jordan, Prince Hamza bin Hussein, has issued a video saying that his country has sunk into corruption and misrule, and that the military has put him under house arrest. And a state of emergency has been declared in Florida as a wastewater leak at a phosphate mine threatens to unleash a flood of toxic water. Now, here in the UK, there's been an intense debate about violence against women since the abduction and killing last month of a young woman, Sarah Everard, as she was walking home in South London. A serving police officer has been charged with her murder, but London's Metropolitan Police Force was heavily criticised for the way it handled an authorised vigil for Sarah Everard, which was attended by hundreds a few days after her death was confirmed. Well, the police conduct was subsequently described as appropriate in a report into what happened at that vigil. Last year, a website called Everyone's Invited was set up for those who have suffered sexual harassment and abuse at schools and universities in the UK. Incidents reported on it have increased significantly over the past few weeks, and some have come from children as young as 9. This isn't only an issue in the UK. In Australia, there's been a wave of reports of sexual assaults at schools after a former pupil of an exclusive girls' school in Sydney started a petition for better sex education. But some parents are worried such serious and often anonymous sexual abuse allegations risk tarnishing all the boys from a few schools with the same brush. Well, Ava Vakil is a student campaigner here in the UK. After suspecting there might be cases of sexual assault relating to a school near where she grew up in South London, she invited pupils to share their testimonies with her on social media. She was inundated with allegations of sexual harassment, and she's been telling me why she felt compelled to reach out.
So I think I was feeling really overwhelmed at the moment with so many news stories about women not being believed in the media, violence against women. I just felt like
there was so much to tackle and I didn't really know how to start. And I began to think about misogyny and rape culture, that is like rape jokes and sexual harassment, image-based violence. And I thought, well, actually, there's a local boys' school right next to my own where I know this is a really big problem. So I sent out on my Instagram requests for stories, for experiences, for testimonies of this kind of behavior from boys at this school. And so many young women and young boys got in contact with me about their own experiences that I was compelled to write an open letter to the head of this school to address this problem.
The scale of what you heard, how much did that surprise you?
A lot. So I knew this was a big problem, but within the first 24 hours, just on my own private Instagram account and just asking for testimonies from this school, I received about 75 responses. And then after I put the letter online, I've had about over 300 since then. And bear in mind, this is at such a local scale for one school that seeing this play out across other London schools and other schools in the UK, it's been absolutely crazy to see how much of an everyday experience this is for young women everywhere.
You mentioned the letter, and that was an open letter to the head of that school, and it mentioned the fact that as far as you were concerned, the school was, quote, a hotbed of sexual violence. What response did you get?
So the school got in contact with me to arrange a meeting, and we had a meeting which I actually found very productive. It seemed that the school had really changed its tune to now listening to these experiences, working out what's going wrong, conducting an independent review of their practices and values, and rethinking their whole system by which they teach sexual consent and sex education to really try to make sure that this kind of culture is stamped out.
Obviously, the head teacher has given a statement as well, as you'll be aware, echoing some of the points that you just made, saying that I'm grateful to Ava for sharing these testimonies, for finding time to talk. The accounts are shocking. We will not tolerate any form of abuse or discrimination, describing the meeting as positive, referring to what you said about the independent experts, the system to handle disclosures made by pupils, which is, as you say, good for now. Where does it take you beyond now, do you think?
So I think we have to make sure that this is a conversation that absolutely everyone is having and that everyone is involved with, because this is something that parents need to try to tackle with their kids, that schools need to address, and that we ultimately need to make sure that each of us is involved with, because misogyny is an absolute global problem. And in schools as well, this isn't just an experience for young girls in London, it's everywhere. So I think moving forward, we have to make sure that we're really holding each other to account and really trying to make sure that we're working together to tackle this.
What does this say to you about the way sex education is taught just now?
I think it's absolutely not good enough currently. I think that sex ed has always been years behind, and I think that's never been more true than with the influence of social media, because the curriculum simply hasn't caught up with the everyday reality of young people right now. And when you have a sex ed curriculum that's being updated every couple of decades and new social media apps every couple of months, it's no wonder that it doesn't keep up. So I think schools have a responsibility to make sure that using the curriculum as a springboard, they're also tackling these issues at a more current level and making sure they're engaging with pupils about their current experiences.
There are some concerns expressed about the approach that you and others have taken. I don't mean the blatant misogynist that you might read on social media, but I mean the people who say, is there a danger that all boys are cast as perpetrators here when clearly they aren't? And is this just about girls being victim and boys being perpetrators, or can it sometimes be the other way round?
Well, I think this is absolutely a problem for all. It's not just girls who are victims of sexual abuse, but at the same time, we need to make sure we don't get into the practice of simply pointing fingers in lots of different directions, ending up in a situation in which nothing happens. I think what's gone wrong for so many years is that we've seen this as a couple of people engaging in this behaviour and a few rotten apples, when actually we need to tackle it at an institutional level to say that, no, these schools aren't doing enough, universities aren't doing enough.
student campaigner Eva Vakil. Milica, what do you take out of what she's saying and some of the points she's raising?
Well, it's been fantastic to listen to Eva, how articulated and knowledgeable she is about the issue, how much she cares. And yes, it's pandemic. Misogyny has been around globally, and the best way forward is to get motivated everyone to get involved in challenging and interrupting all forms of abuse. But if it doesn't lead to change of policy on a national level, then the actions such as Eva's are not enough. What I would add, part of education has to be sensitive use of social media, because young people are extremely hooked on their little mobile phones and gadgets. So where do they get the information? Where they get inspired to do what they do is extremely important. That's something we've been trying to tackle through our work in the Media Diversity Institute.
And Mark,
and that's something we've been trying to tackle through our work in the Media Diversity Institute.
And Mark, of the harm done by abuse and the harm done over the long term as well.
Yeah, I've worked for many years in mental health hospitals, and it's very standard to ask about abuse in someone's history because it's nearly always there. And I feel that must be a crucial part of the education that goes on as well. There's a time for gathering the stories and the time for accusation and so on, but it's got to move on, as we were hearing, which was great to hear. And I think that part of understanding quite how profoundly abuse at an early age and bullying, other things like that, they really shatter people's souls, and that lasts into their life for decades. So understanding why this is so important, as well as highlighting what's going on, I feel might help it move into the long-term gains.
My guests today, Mark Vernon and Milica Pesic. You'll hear plenty more from them in our final half hour. We'll also take you to Jordan for the latest on the turmoil there. And here, some reaction to what the German president has said in the last 24 hours. Not the German chancellor, who you would normally expect to hear from on political matters, but the German president.
Wait, you're the chancellor and the president.
You're listening to Weekend from the BBC.
That's not the same thing.
This is the BBC World Service. What challenges have we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic?
It's been one of the biggest news stories of a generation. But how has it affected those who have to report on it? I'm Nuala McGovern, and I'll be speaking to the journalists who have spent every day of the past year reporting on.
I'd like to have him around. Bob? Bob, your mom's here. Son? Chester, where's the boy? Did you let him slip past you? No, Mr. Dillon. He never got past me. Look, so that door's open.
He sees me and he hides me. It's the devil.
So we'll round him up.
Great, son. The first time you went on a date.
You look so handsome.
Your firstborn. Your first job.
Welcome to the firm, son.
Your first drink. Your last drink. If you drink, please don't drive. A message from Global News Radio 640 Toronto. We believe in a greater Toronto.
Arrested. My security has been removed. Internet and phone lines have been cut. This is my last form of communication.
Also, Germany's president urges his country's political leaders to respond to public anger over the handling of the coronavirus pandemic.
A feeling of powerlessness and frustration is spreading, and so another dimension is added to worries about health.
passed the 900,000 mark on March 13th. Case counts have begun rising in several provinces, prompting officials to impose new public health restrictions in a bid to contain the third wave. Big spike in cases of COVID-19 in Ontario. Province logged 3,009 new infections and 3,089 the day before, when data sharing was paused for Good Friday. Jerry Smith, the Canadian Press.
People in North Vancouver took part in a drive-through candlelight vigil Saturday for victims of a stabbing rampage a week ago. A young woman was killed and 6 others wounded in a seemingly random attack outside a library. Eric Mura helped organize the event and says it's an important opportunity to heal.
The community needs a chance when there's been such a tragic event happen to come together safely and express solidarity for the family and as a community to start the healing process.
He adds the response from residents, schools, and businesses has been overwhelming. A man has died following an officer-involved shooting outside a home on an Alberta First Nation. Mounties say they responded to a complaint of a disturbance and they encountered a known individual when they arrived. Police say they confirmed he had outstanding warrants. They say the man went into the house, then exited, and a confrontation ensued. The 24-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene. The Alberta Serious Incident Response Team is investigating. Rescuers in Halifax say 4 people have been saved from a sinking boat. A search continues, though, for a 5th. The Joint Rescue Coordination Center Halifax says it received a call from the boat just off the coast of Cheticamp, with occupants reporting that they were sinking. A vessel in the area found 4 people in the water, and they were airlifted to hospital. 2 aircraft, along with several local vessels and a Coast Guard lifeboat, are searching for a 5th person who was aboard the sinking boat. Stateside, new information has come to light about the man who rammed a car into a security checkpoint outside the U.S. Capitol, killing a police officer.
The U.S. official tells AP Noah Green had been suffering from delusions, paranoia, and suicidal thoughts. Police shot the 25-year-old after he jumped out of a car, knife in hand, and charged the 2 officers he struck. He later died at a hospital. The official tells AP investigators have spoken with Green's family and are focused on his mental health as they work to identify a motive. Meanwhile, the officer killed has been identified as William Evans. Known as Billy, he was an 18-year veteran of the Capitol Police and a member of its first responders unit. Ben Thomas, Washington.
And 11 people have been killed and 19 people injured after a truck and a passenger bus collided in eastern China. The accident happened in the early hours of Sunday in the province of Jiangsu. The truck crossing the central divider in the middle of a highway and colliding with the bus traveling in the opposite direction, causing it to flip over. That crash also caused 2 other trucks driving behind the bus to roll over in a devastating chain reaction. In sports, the Vancouver Canucks are dealing with even worse.
The election to be cancelled. A low turnout could help Boyko Borisov stay in power. Opinion polls put the Bulgarian Socialist Party in second place, but their voters tend to be older and less likely to risk a visit to a polling station.
You're listening to World News from the BBC. Officials in central India say at least 18 police commandos are still missing, a day after a fierce battle with Maoists in the state of Chhattisgarh. Dozens of the rebels ambushed an elite police team during an operation in a forest area, killing 5 and injuring more than 20. A Supreme Court judge in Brazil has blocked local governments from banning religious services to help control the country's surging COVID pandemic. The judge, Cássio Nunes, said he had accepted a petition from a group of evangelical lawyers to keep churches open, but they would have to reduce their occupancy to 25%. Mr. Nunes was recently nominated to sit on the Supreme Court by President Jair Bolsonaro, who is himself an evangelical Christian. One of the oldest rivalries in sport will resume later today as Cambridge and Oxford universities compete in the annual boat race. Nesta McGregor has...
biggest being Christchurch 2011, which had its 10-year anniversary 2 days ago. So I was in Christchurch for that earthquake. But yes, no, everyone's okay. I'm okay. The house is okay. And thankfully, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant is still broken. So
good.
Yeah.
Too bad it didn't get back to fixed, eh?
Kind of like getting struck by lightning twice, you know?
Twice, yeah. It's kind of ungood. If you don't know, Sir Christopher Gilbert, part of the show, has been part of the show. Last summer, he was producing the show, and he moved to Tokyo, and he joins us now with the International Dispatch. It's great to see your face. I'm glad you're feeling better. Where are we going to go with the International Dispatch today?
Today we're in America because I logged onto my PC and I just had a I think the holiday season is over because I was really struggling to find it.
He said this was a warning from him, from the chief of police, and from the chief of the security services, the Mukhabarat, that I should not leave my house, that I could only visit family, that I could not tweet, and that I could not communicate with people. Since then, a number of the people I know or my friends have been arrested. My security has been removed, and the internet and phone lines have been cut. This is my last form of communication.
Well, the military said the former Crown Prince had been asked to stop any action targeting Jordan's security and stability. In his video, Prince Hamza also criticized the country's leaders.
I am not the person responsible for the breakdown in governance, for the corruption, and for the incompetence that has been prevalent in our governing structure for the last 15 to 20 years and has been getting worse by the year. I'm not responsible for the lack of faith that people have in their institutions. They are responsible.
Well, Jordan is a key ally of the United States in the Middle East. It has a powerful intelligence agency which has drawn criticism from rights groups. But high-level political arrests are certainly rare. And reacting to the news, the US and several regional powers have voiced their backing of King Abdullah. Well, let's speak to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise, I was struck by the fact that I used the word stability 2 or 3 times in that introduction, and suddenly we're seeing something that isn't quite as stable.
Yes, it's interesting that the word stability associated with the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan, this small island of stability surrounded by Iraq, Syria, the West Bank, countries which have lurched from one crisis to the next. And although there have been protests in Jordan over the years, and certainly Jordan experienced its own demonstrations during what was called 10 years ago, the so-called Arab Spring, and that included very rare but becoming more common public criticism of the king. What has been happening now in the past 24 hours is both unprecedented, dramatic, and indeed quite stunning, which is why you have had this immediate reaction from around the region, from other monarchies and from key allies like the United States, all using this word stability.
Why now, do you think? Why has this erupted at this point?
Now may not be so crucial. It could have happened at any other moment, but this moment is particular because Jordan, like so many other countries around the world, is experiencing the very severe economic consequences, the fallout from the COVID-19 crisis. It's a country with very few natural resources. It's dependent on the largesse and generosity of wealthy Gulf states, of key donors like the United States, and it has struggled with rising prices, growing unemployment, disaffection among its youth. And I think the fact that, judging from the video, this extraordinary video released by Prince Hamza, that he has been in meetings. We understand he's been meeting the powerful tribes, which are a bulwark of support for King Abdullah, that he's been meeting other people where this kind of criticism is being expressed. So the first reports that this was a thwarted coup. Is that really the case? Is it more that there was a fear by the country's extremely...
Everything she says is
stored for quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere. Switch to Fatima yourself today. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime.
I want to hear them investigate this other school,
with the Los Angeles Police Department. You will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
Miss Brooks.
It was Monday, August 9th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working
Really?
at
It was warm in Los Angeles?
My partner, Frank Smith, the boss is Captain Warman. It was 7:58 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide. That you, Frank?
Yeah, morning, Joe. Looks like it's going to be a scorcher today, doesn't it?
Yeah, nice and clear. How'd the weekend go? Lousy? Why? What do you mean? Oh, Faye and me had a ruckus Saturday night. Was that so? Yeah, it happens every time we have somebody over for dinner. Never fails. She gets you yakking it up with the company. We never eat till 10, 10:30. Miserable time for dinner. Yeah, it's pretty late. Yeah. Saturday night we have the Johnsons over. Going to play a little cards, have a little dinner. You know, relax. Wife takes Swedish meatballs. They're on the stove. Everything's dandy. She gets to talking. We finally sit down and eat 10, 15 meatballs are burned. So that time we were so hungry, we lost our appetite. It was real embarrassing.
This is the
massage. This
is just like complaining about your wife. It's like totally like the thing to do.
So I picked up one of the meatballs that was burned, said she'd invented something new. Everybody else used chlorophyll for their teeth. We had built-in charcoal.
All these dinosaurs are dead from lung cancer and throat cancer. These won't kill me, but they'll kill you. And I try smoking one of my cigarettes and I get
it. Yes, sir? The homicide department, when they report a murder? Yes, sir, that's right.
The cigarettes might kill me. It's going to take a few million. I'm going to do it.
Sure, I'll take that chair over there. Probably never make it. Are you all right? Yeah, now that I'm here, it's all right. Your face is pretty badly cut there. Those bruises, scratches on your throat. You sure you're all right now? Yeah, I'm all right.
This is weirdo. They killed the girl and didn't kill her.
Times I was ready to quit, but then I think of Kevin. What they did to him, man. I had to keep walking. I had to. For Kevin, I had to. Well, everything's all right now. You can tell us about it. I don't know where to start. What's your name, young fella? Bruce Hamilton. All right, Bruce. I'm Joe Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith. Hello, Bruce. We know that you must have been through a terrible ordeal, but you can tell us about it. It's all right. What day is today? It's Monday the 9th.
My wife, Jane Smith.
And it was Saturday night. Just 2 days.
Elvis Presley over here.
Seems like 10 years. We just finished dinner, sitting around the fire having coffee, trying to figure out whose turn it was to do the dishes. Then we heard them. You heard them? Who's that? Horsemen. Lots of them. They rode right into the camp. One of them yelled something, and they all stopped. We stood there looking at us. We didn't know what to do, who they were. We just stood there. And this big guy, I guess he was the leader, said something to us in Spanish. We couldn't understand him.
Gunsmoke?
Go ahead. You see, Kevin and I go to school together. Summer vacation, we decided to go down to Mexico and do a little prospecting. That's the reason we were there. Go on. We just stood there and looked at him. Big guy said something else, and then they all laughed. And he got off his horse and came over to Kevin and me, and he was a big man. We tried to tell him that we didn't know what he was saying. He laughed and turned to the other men, and they laughed too. The guy said something else to him, and they all got off their horses and started to go through our things. Kevin told him not to and started to walk over to him to stop him. The leader hit Kevin and knocked him down, and then laughed at him, and Kevin got up and ran toward one of them. Kevin started to hit him. I broke away from the one that was holding me and ran to help Kevin. The big guy grabbed me and hit me in the face, knocked me down and started kicking.
So you guys picked a fight, middle of a desert, in a foreign country.
Doubled up, holding his stomach. He hollered at me to help him. And the guy shot him again. He fell down, didn't move. They all laughed, thought it was a big joke. I got up, one of them shot at me. I started running. I ran as fast as I could. He kept shooting. Got sure they hit me, and I kind of waited for it. And I ran through some bushes, and I fell into this gully. And at the bottom, I just lay there and didn't move, almost afraid to breathe. Guess they thought they'd kill me.
And did you buy a steak and raised by Cody and the hijacked private ship to get back to the space station?
Kevin. I didn't see anybody, so I walked over to where he was. He was laying on his face. He got no idea how I felt when I turned over. I understand. Go ahead. I knew right away he was dead. It shot him in the stomach and in the chest. His shirt was all stained. There was nothing I could do for him. Nothing anybody could do. I looked at him for a long time. Guess I cried. It was terrible. Kevin was dead and there's nothing I could do for him. What'd you do then? I buried Kevin. I looked for something to dig the grave with, but they'd taken everything, even the shovel. Everything. I found a place under a tree and dug a grave with my hands. Then I went back and got Kevin. Laid him in the grave, I dug him, covered him up, said a prayer for him. I did the best I could for him. Best I could. All right, take it easy. Frank, let's get him some water. I'll take him down and interrogate you in a minute. All right, Bruce, maybe you'd like to go down the hall to another room. It's a little more quiet down there, huh? Yeah. Sorry. I'm like a kid. I guess you think it's silly, but I can't help it. That's all right, Bruce. We know how you feel. Nobody gets too old to cry. No, it's down this way. I'm so tired. I'd like to get this living room. Sure. Now, Julia. Go ahead. Want to sit down? Thanks. Here's your glass of water, Bruce. Thanks. Tastes good. Help. All right. Now, is there any more you want to tell us? Well, there's a little more. There was nothing I could do. I looked around and taken everything. Dishes, food, supplies, clothes. I went over the mesquite bushes where we hid in our duffel bag. We kept all our money and papers in there. Wallets, identification, all our valuables. They found that. It was diamond. They hadn't left anything. They took everything, didn't leave a thing, huh? That's right.
Damn it!
What'd you do then?
Oh, you've got
Started the
fucking
walk.
kidding.
I parked our car just off the highway. It was about 5 miles. When I got to where we parked it, the car was gone. I didn't know what to do. What could I do? I started to walk down Sonata to tell the police. Then I began to think the bandits had taken my wallet. I didn't have any identification, no way to prove who I was. Couldn't even speak the language. Got scared that they might not believe me. And you walked all the way from Ensenada to the American border, is that it? That's right. I walked all Saturday night, and Sunday morning I found an old adobe house, and I crawled through a window and slept. I don't know how long I was asleep, but it was dark when I woke up. I started to walk again. I walked all Sunday night, too. When I got to the border, I was afraid to go through the gate, so I went down by the riverbed and found a hole in the fence.
Whoa.
I crawled through and went over the American side. When I got there, I felt better. Safe. I figured that I'd go up to the first policeman I saw and tell him what happened. Did you notify the authorities down in San Diego? No, I got to the police station, but I didn't go in. I didn't tell them. Why not? Like I said, I didn't have any way to prove who I was. I had no money. My wallet was gone. My clothes were all torn. Face was all torn. I thought it'd be better if I could get to Kevin's mother. If I could see her and talk to her, she'd know what to do. I hitched a ride. I wanted to go to San Francisco. Truck driver brought me this far. While we were driving, I thought more and more about what I'd say to Kevin's mother. How I'd tell her he was dead. And I knew I couldn't do it. But I had to tell somebody. That's why I came to see you. Well, Bruce, we're going to have to go back down to Mexico. You'll be able to show us where the body is, won't you? Well, I have to go. I guess I can't. But I can tell you exactly where it was. I can give you a map. Tell you right where he's buried. Do you want to give us that information now? Yeah. But was south of Ensenada, 40 miles down the new paved highway.
South of Ensenada, 40 miles. You sure it was 40 miles?
Yeah. While we were driving, Kevin and I kept trying to figure out how many kilometers to a mile. I kept watching the speedometer. It was just 40 miles when we turned off the paved highway on a little dirt road.
40 miles.
Yeah. There's a clump of trees near there in the gully. You can't miss it.
Okay. Can you give us the description of the car, the license number?
Oh, I don't remember the license number, but the car was a 51 Ford sedan, dark blue. The car belonged to Kevin. I never paid any attention to the license.
Mm-hmm. That's Kevin, Kevin, huh?
Yeah.
Now we can check that through DMV. What was Kevin's full name and address?
Kevin Allen Bradley. He lived at 6502 Washington Street, San Francisco. He lived with his wife, Clomping on Mount Hill.
Mm-hmm. Could you give us a description of Kevin?
Well, he's about my size, generally. 5'10", 140 pounds, blue eyes. His hair's light, kind of blonde like mine, 22 years old. He looked a lot alike. Kids at school used to think we were brothers sometimes.
You probably killed him, and you're actually him, and he's you, and he's dead.
We're coming
Your
down.
name.
Contact San Francisco and let them handle that end of things. Get a teletype off the DMV in Sacramento, get a license number on the car. We better contact the San Diego PD and get a hold of Al Gate and fill him in on the thing. Good idea. I'll figure with Bruce once we compare it. Now look, young fella, would you know these bandits again if you saw them?
I might not know some of them, but the big guy and the one that shot Kevin up, I'll never forget them. The big guy was tall, heavy, over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds. I'll never forget him. I laughed when they killed Kevin. When he laughed, you could see he had 2 gold teeth right here in front. These here.
2 gold teeth, huh?
Yeah.
Now, how about the other man, Bruce? You get a good look at him?
He was a small man, dark like the leader. He wasn't wearing a hat, real thin face. His clothes were all dirty and his pants were torn around the bottoms. He was wearing those leather sandals, the open kind. His feet were filthy like he hadn't had a bath in a year.
You think you'd be able to identify any of the others?
Well, I don't know, maybe if I saw him. I was scared and I don't mind admitting it.
Joe? Yeah, thanks. I stopped by R&I before I went on with the other communications. Checked the name Kevin Allen Bradley, Phil. Yeah. There's a teletype from San Francisco dated July 13th. It's a missing person report on Kevin. Want to read it? What's it say? They got a missing report? It's described as male, white American, 22 years, 5'10", 140 pounds, blonde, blue eyes, fair complexion. Time of disappearance was wearing a dark blue gabardine suit. Driving a dark blue 1951 Ford, license number 1Robert2951. Something else, Joe. Mm-hmm. He's known to be carrying a sum of money in excess of $1,500 when he disappeared. $1,500 is a lot of money, isn't it?
Not to Kevin. He was used to carrying that kind of money. See, his folks were pretty rich, and he always had all the money he wanted.
Oh, I see. Well, how about this missing report here, Bruce?
What do you mean?
Well, didn't Kevin's mother know that he was going to Mexico?
Well, no. You see, they had an argument about where he was going to spend his summer vacation. She wanted him to go to Canada, and he wanted to come down here. One afternoon, he just took off. Kevin went to the bank and got the money, and he just took off.
He didn't tell his mother anything about it?
No, he thought that she'd try to stop him. Probably would have, too, if she'd known.
Oh, was the money among the things that were stolen from him?
Well, yeah. It was in Kevin's wallet in a duffel bag.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it was kind of foolish to leave that much money just laying around, but we did. We didn't think that anything had happened like this. I stop and think back over it. Kevin being dead, I don't know, I just get sick.
So now you say you didn't have any money. How did you get along?
I didn't think much about food. The important thing was to tell somebody about Kevin's being killed. That's all I thought about, telling somebody.
Sure. Well, you must be pretty hungry then. You'd like something to eat now, would you?
Yeah, it might taste pretty good. Sandwich and some coffee. How about you guys? You gonna eat?
Frank, how about you? Yeah, after I get communications off, I'll run across the street and pick up some sandwiches and coffee and bring them back here. All right, fine. What kind of sandwich you like, Bruce?
Oh, anything. Doesn't make any difference.
Joe? Oh, ham's all right. White bread, a lot of mustard. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, say, Joe, I'm running kind of low on my allowance. I only got $1.50. You got a little change? Yeah, sure.
Now, here, let me get this.
What's that? Huh? Did you say you had some money?
Well, I have got $10. $10 bill.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought you said the bandits took all your money. Did I get it wrong?
Well, what I meant is I didn't think I had any money. I found this 10 in my pocket just before I walked in here.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Look, you can see it's all wadded up. It must have been in my pocket for a long time. Just a 10 all wadded up.
Yeah, well, it's all crumpled up there. You can hardly tell what it is, kid.
Yeah, that's right. But you can see it's a 10. Mm-hmm. Sure. It's all wrinkled up. You can see how I missed it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, why don't you put everything in your pockets right here on the table, huh?
Why? What'll that show?
All right, come on, boy.
I haven't got anything in my pockets.
Well, you found the 10. Maybe you'll find something else.
All right, but I don't know what it's going to show. Pocket knife, handkerchief, comb. You got the 10 on the table there. That's all.
Maybe there's something in your coat pocket.
No, I don't carry anything in my coat pockets. Stretches them.
Well, you take a look anyway, huh?
I told you I don't use them. See? Nothing.
How about the inside pocket?
No. There's nothing there.
Let's have a look, huh?
I told you there's nothing there.
Then you won't mind if we have a look. What's that you got there, Bruce?
That's my wallet. Guess they didn't take it after all. Gee, thanks for finding it. No, I probably wouldn't have thought to look for it. I just figured that it was gone. Here, let me have it.
Let's see what's in there.
It's just some cards, personal stuff like that. Nothing you'd be interested in. I forgot all about it. I feel pretty silly. I didn't even know it was there.
Take a look, Joe. You say this is your wallet, is that right, Bruce?
Yeah, it's mine. I told you it's mine. How about letting me have it, huh?
There's quite a bit of money in here, Bruce.
Huh?
I don't know, just a glance here looks to be about $1,000, doesn't it?
Just a minute. I think I can explain that.
There's another thing here I don't think you can explain.
What's that?
The name in the wallet, Kevin Bradley.
Walk into the police
You
station.
are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, there's a good reason why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, sunny yellow pack. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So next time, insist on Fatima quality. Look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Smoke Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette, with the added protection of Fatima quality. With the finding of Kevin Bradley's wallet, the case had taken a new turn. We continued to question Bruce Hamilton, but he insisted that he thought the wallet and the money had been taken by the bandits when they killed the Bradley boys. While I talked to him, Frank went down the hall and contacted the Mexican authorities and gave them the information. He gave them the description of Kevin Bradley and of Bruce Hamilton. They told him that to the best of their knowledge, there were no bandits operating in the vicinity, but they would dispatch a search party to go over the area. They said they would keep us advised of any developments that might arise. Frank also contacted the San Francisco Police Department and gave them the information. They said they'd take care of that end of the investigation. 11:47 a.m.